Welcome everyone to a very special history episode of Fergo and Freak. I'm your host, the Glorious League Freak, and today we're joined by Rugby League historian and statistician to talk about the first official Rugby League season in Australia, the 1908 season. How you doing, Andrew?
Good, thanks. Freaky, yourself?
Pretty good.
I guess we should probably rip straight into this because this is going to be a big one.
Yeah, let's do it.
All right. So we finished up the last episode, and the New Zealand All Golds were on tour over in England and Wales. On January 1, they played their first ever test match against Wales, and they lost that game 9-8.
Yeah, it's the first Rugby League international, isn't it?
It was for New Zealand. So
yeah.
we had some work done with the International Rugby League to recognise a game that was played in 1903 between England and Wales, which became the new first game.
Okay, yeah, I didn't know about that one.
There you go. The following day, the Daily Telegraph reported that the people responsible for professional rugby league in Sydney are trying to complete arrangements for a visit next season of a team of Maori footballers who will give displays of Maori hakas.
Yeah, that is a tour that we actually covered in a previous history episode as well.
That's right. I won't get too heavy into what happened with that throughout this episode, but yeah, definitely check out that episode we did because it was a fascinating tour that happened there. January 4, while the England Rugby Union and their affiliates have been steadfast in not paying their players, the New South Wales Rugby Union and the Metropolitan Rugby Union, they're kind of caught between a rock and a hard place between trying to maintain their strictly pro-amateur status and trying to deal with exceptionally fast-growing rugby league, which has immediately impacted rugby union, forcing them to contemplate improving player allowances in order to stave off the professional movement. However, the New South Wales Rugby League has found themselves in an unintentional win-win situation because if the union sides with their parent body, which is the British Rugby Union, then it will lead to more top-level players switching codes to join rugby league. And if the rugby union actually looks after its players and increases allowances, providing compensations, so forth, as the rugby league intends to do, then the British Rugby Union will likely sever ties with the rugby union in New South Wales, and that will ultimately lead to a reduction of even possibly the outright abandonment of future tours of British nations to Australia, which generate huge revenue for the local rugby union competition. So the league's just sort of sitting back going, we'll just let this play out. As we saw a lot of that in the last episode.
The 1907 episode, we went into a lot of how rugby union just really shot itself in the foot over and over again, in Australia especially. And it was incredible. It was like they were doing everything they could to try and establish the rugby league competition's reason for existing.
Correct. It was like all self-inflicted wounds.
Yeah. Amazing. Absolutely amazing.
On the same day, the Northern Union received a lengthy communication from James Gilton. In it, Gilton states that there is much interest in sending an Australian team to England for the following English season, the 1908-09 season, and that he has been in communication with organisations at San Francisco and Melbourne universities about having rugby league played in both of those centres. Gilton also requested that the Northern Union sends a team back to tour Australia and that perhaps they could come to Australia on board the same vessel that the Australians will be returning home on.
Wow, back then, that would have been very quick to organise that sort of tour.
Yeah. I'm not too sure how much truth is in the discussion with San Francisco because I hadn't come across anything prior to 1908 about talking with any major centres over there. A lot of it was like, pipe dream, so to speak. Wouldn't it be great if we could take the game to America? That sort of thing. Yeah,
and I guess also some of that stuff is because we're seeing the professional rugby league trying to get set up, trying to get it on the front foot in the media as well now, and that's something that the media can write about.
Yeah, January 7. The English, Welsh and Irish rugby unions have sent an invitation to the New South Wales Rugby Union to have a team visit in their upcoming 1908-09 season, which will see it coincide with the Australian Rugby League's proposed Pioneer Tour to England and Wales. It kind of felt like word got around pretty quick that the Australians were going to be sending a rugby league team over, and there'd never been a rugby union team from Australia tour over to England. So I thought we kind of need to make sure we don't fall behind on this one.
Yeah, and that makes sense.
January 9, a meeting to form a new district football club under the New South Wales Rugby Football League takes place at the Glebe Town Hall. Glebe Mayor Percy Lucas chaired the meeting. In attendance were Henry Hoyle, James Gilton, and George Boss, who was a rugby union referee at the time. Alec Burden, Charlie Headley, Tom McCabe, and Peter Moyer, all Glebe Rugby Union players, as well as players from opposition clubs, Harry Hamill and Frank Cheadle from Newtown, Arthur Hennessy and Edward Fry from South, and Alf Dobbs from Balmain, among many others. The Mayor opened with a statement that the more opportunities given to young men in open field sports, the more likelihood there was of their being made into good citizens and good fathers. Football was a manly sport when properly carried out and taught young men to conduct themselves in conditions of great excitement in a cool and collected manner.
Wow, that's an interesting quote.
I think that was it's an interesting one. It doesn't feel like it's saying anything that makes you really be pro rugby league. It's just talking about sport in general.
Sport, yeah.
So you can see though that they've taken this sort of they're going after the easy teams first, because Glebe had a few issues with the rugby union. Most teams had for some reason, but Glebe had a bit of a gripe, and so it was. It seemed like a good place to go because they're not far away from the centre of the CBD at that time, and they had Balmain just next door, and Balmain had a lot of grievances with the rugby union. So they were probably thinking if we can get Glebe on board, we might be able to get Balmain to follow suit. So then we had Henry Hoyle at the same meeting then remarked how the sports journalists had shown a most unreasonable antagonism to men who try to introduce something new and better in the existing conditions. The New South Wales Rugby League was formed because it was believed that the set of conditions controlling rugby union were not suitable to the democracy and social conditions of the Australian people. Now, before I go on any further, it's worth noting Henry Hoyle was a Labor politician. You kind of can tell.
It also shows that, like, even back then, the perception of what was happening and how it was put out there by the media was important to a certain extent. Yes,
absolutely. I mean that last episode went through a lot of all of that. So he then went on to explain how rugby league was not outright professionalism. His quote was, "The idea was absolutely absurd. The officials proposed that the men should play the game without financial loss to themselves. If any of the men lost their time at their job due to injuries, the gate takings that they helped draw as a player would be used to cover their wages." This comment got huge applause. If they were hurt while playing, they would receive £2 per week for a maximum of 16 weeks with free doctors and medical until they had recovered well enough to return to work. Not to playing, just to work. Hoyle then explained how the gate takings would be distributed. Ground fees would be paid first and any other expenses would come next. The remaining money would be split three ways evenly, 33.3% to the league, and each two sides also got 33.3% each. In regards to player remuneration, when travelling interstate, the league would pay a minimum of 5 shillings per day. At that time, the rugby union was paying just 3 shillings, and it would be pushed up to 10 shillings per day if players had to take leave from their jobs, which is something that the union wasn't doing. Hoyle then revealed that he knew of many players who travelled to Queensland and spent their entire 3 shillings allowance in one shout at the bar. They must remember that they could not take a drink if they were worthy of the name of men without reciprocating.
And I'm glad that we stuck by that in rugby league for the next century and a bit.
Vehemently.
Yeah.
James Gilton spoke next, and he produced a cablegram he'd received from England, which he revealed was an invitation for an Australian team to visit. The sum of £7,000 was in the bank as a guarantee for the tour, and the league would receive 70% of the gate takings on the tour to England. This was also greeted with huge applause. So then it was decided that a glebe club would be formed to join the league with the following office bearers elected. Patron, Billy Hughes, who would go on to become our first world wartime Prime Minister. President was Glebe Mayor Percy Lucas. Vice Presidents Lancelot Earl and Alexander Buckle, who were both on the Wentworth Park Trust, who looked after the management of the Wentworth Park, which became a football ground that the league got exclusive use to in that first year. Dick Burden and Mr. Sheeran, secretaries Arthur Waymark, Archie McNamara, treasurer Dick Burden. Most of the players who were involved with the Glebe Club that were at this meeting were all put on there as committee members in some form.
Mm-hmm.
So they had a good showing straight up, and they became the first club to join. Yeah, there is a bit of debate.
At that time, were they called the Dirty Reds back then, or just Glebe Rugby League Club?
I think they were just called Glebe Rugby League Club. They were always Glebe Rugby League Club. I think the Dirty Reds thing was not something that the club had anointed themselves as. That was more of a social name they had.
Oh, okay, that's interesting.
Yeah. Kind of like, calling the Roosters the Tricolours.
Yeah, or the Panthers the Chocolate Soldiers when they wore brown.
Yeah.
That sort of thing, yeah.
That sort of thing. January 11, England wins their first test against New Zealand, 18-16 at Central Park. What have we got? January 14, a public meeting is held at the Newtown Town Hall whereby it was decided to form a Newtown District Football Club to play under the Rugby League rules. Now, for a long time, a lot of people believed that Newtown had this meeting and decided to form a club the week before, making them the first team. But I've found, and a lot of historians have found, zero evidence to explain that.
Mm-hmm.
So we're sticking with them being second. Henry Hoyle presided, and prominent members in attendance were James Gilton, Newtown Rugby Union players Harry Hamill, Bill Noble, Frank Cheadle, Sydney referee George Boss and Fred Hanlon, as well as players from other clubs like Arthur Hennessy, Billy Cann and Ed Fry from South, Peter Moyer and Lloyd Edwards from Glebe. Again, Hoyle mentioned about the gate distribution. He added, though, that the club would be responsible for paying their own trainers and uniforms for players out of that money. He also said that the football would be great because every man would play with absolute freedom, knowing that while they risked life and limb, they would be fully insured against accident and could play without putting his hand into his own pocket. Every player could play the game with assurance that his wife and children or other people dependent on him were safe.
It's the first time we've ever heard a description like that. And it makes you wonder if players were playing a certain way back then to try and avoid injury.
I'm not sure that they were. I think it was more... I think that may have more been about allaying fears that, as the game was becoming faster and better, and as happens just with pretty much sport everywhere, evolution just means that bodies start getting bigger, game gets played faster, injuries just become more frequent. And we saw that there was a few pretty bad injuries that were getting around at the time, like people with broken legs and broken shoulders. They're pretty bad injuries which can sideline a man for months.
Yeah.
And a man who's sidelined with injury for months because of football and can't work is a man who's not making any money.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of the people who were, there was a bit of a class thing in rugby union in Sydney at the time. You were either from the higher class or you were from the lower working class. Wasn't many people in the middle.
Yeah.
So majority of the people who were coming to league were coming from that working class. And so they weren't playing timidly when they were playing rugby union, but this being looked after financially if they got injured allowed them to play probably more aggressively.
Yeah, okay.
Which I think was part of the mindset here is if we can play faster and harder, we're going to look like the much better sport as well.
Yeah.
You'll see this with a lot of the talks that Hoyle and Gilton make through setting up these clubs. A lot of it is, some of it is really intelligently directed at specific clubs, knowing that it's going to get played out in the media as well.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of it is like thinking down the road, promotion sort of thing as well.
Yeah.
Two very, very good talkers. So it also said here that the league would be using their share of the gate to also promote and expand the game and have begun looking at the construction of a world-class gymnasium with a library and separate reading coffee rooms attached.
Wow. They don't even have libraries in the current centres of excellence we're building.
I just thought, there's no talk where it was going to be, but that's just phenomenal.
Yeah. Look, it's forward thinking.
It is, and it's kind of also, when you look at it, it gives you the impression, if you're a player and you're hearing that, you're going, wow, we have that much money that we're thinking about building that already.
Yeah.
Like, this game's set up, it's ready to go. Like, there's no reason not to be hesitant. That's kind of the impression it's making.
Yeah, exactly. And that would have worked really well because, these teams are all basically what we call inner Sydney now. They're not that far from one another. So that you could have had a centralised training facility that would have worked like that. That would have been good for players that wanted to take up that offer. I'm sure that there were probably players that had signed up for the Rugby League that thought, I work hard all day. There's no way I'm going to lift weights in my spare time as well. And I totally get that as well.
Absolutely. But having a library with a coffee room, that sounds a bit more upmarket.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
And that also sounds like an intentional thing that they've added in there.
Mm-hmm.
The league will be organising a team to travel to England departing in August, and that the league had managed to organise a tour to England before it had even started its first season, something that the Rugby Union hadn't yet managed to do once in their 30 years of existence.
Yeah, and it showed their ambition.
It showed their ambition. It also showed how forward-thinking they were, which a lot of players would have also liked.
Yeah, and look, it was another thing of like, you've been waiting for the Rugby Union to do this, this, and this. We're doing it from day one, basically. We've already got this set out. We're ready to rock and roll with all of these things that you've wanted for so long. So why not join us?
Absolutely. Giltner came up next and confirmed they had a desire to travel and spread the game. He then said, if a cricketer was an amateur and could take a share of the gate and still be regarded an amateur, surely so too could the league players. He then asked the crowd how many of them could save £200, which at the time was a year's pay, in 12 months. He then added, all men who toured to England would receive a share and do as the cricketers had done and be regarded as gentlemen equally as much as the cricketers were. All this while their mothers, wives and children were safe. When they returned, they would have a year's salary or more to put away.
Now, this is twofold, the reason he's saying that. First of all, the players being able to get a year's salary for going on tour is absolutely amazing. And secondly, there was this slur against professional sportsmen that was being put through the media and was a little bit of a social thing as well, because that's where it comes from. And he's trying to basically, say that if you're earning money out of sport, you're no better or worse than anybody else that's doing it. So don't worry about any of that stuff. Oh, and by the way, when you come back home, you'll have basically a year's pay in your bank account just for going on tour. It's like, it was a really good sell. It was a really good sell.
Absolutely it was. And knowing that you were going to be looking after your family financially while you're away from them, you didn't have to be at your job. It made people go, yeah, I think I want to go on that tour, and I'm not going to be out of pocket at all. In fact, I'm going to come home with full pockets. That would have been very, very appealing to a lot of the guys, because a lot of the guys, obviously back then, a lot of players were married with children at the age of 23, 24. So it was very much targeting most of the players there, instead of just having the single guys or the guys with no children being the ones most likely to play.
Yeah, it wasn't a gamble that a bachelor was the only person that was going to take up. This was something you could do, and it was a financially sound decision.
Yeah. He went on to say that the trip to England was not the only thing the league had in view. They would be arranging trips over to England every 2 to 3 years. Henry Hall then spoke up about concerns that this was a professional movement. He then said, how can a man be a professional and live on one day's football a week? Can anyone here live on one day's pay? Gilden then explained that there will be 3 grades. Each would have them playing for a shield and pennant and gold medals to each player. There will also be a borough competition and a junior competition. He's immediately setting up junior networks for every club everywhere. Someone then asked, will you play electorate? So electorate referred to a system used in cricket at the time where players could only play for the club that represented the area where they lived. It would later be known in rugby league as the residential rule. Gilton replied, "Yes, we'll play electoral football. It has proved to be the most successful."
And it was probably a good move back then too. It established, that your club was part of your community. One thing, and it probably stopped poaching between clubs as well, and therefore stopped any sort of financial drain on the game. So because you wouldn't have wanted the rugby league clubs fighting against one another while you're trying to establish the rugby league.
That's right. And you also didn't want a team that was financially stronger being able to poach players from anywhere they wanted to.
Yeah.
And just dominate forever. So it was good, especially at the time too. Sydney wasn't too huge geographically.
No.
So even though you had Balmain and Glebe, and we'll get to that later on, who are, both, on each other's lap really location-wise, there was enough space at the time and not much else around them team-wise for them to both exist in that area. But as we get along down the track into the 20s and 30s, it started getting too crowded. Gilton then read letters from the New Zealand Professionals England and a message from Daily Messenger, who assured that he intended to return and play in the league. This received great applause. Bill Noble then moved that a Newtown District Football Club be formed to affiliate with the league. It was seconded by Harry Hamill. The motion was carried unanimously and met with great enthusiasm. And then they went and selected their office bearers. And so we had our second team. January 15, the New South Wales Rugby Union held a meeting, and officials decided, and I quote, "Steps be taken to insert in the bylaws of the union a bylaw providing for the granting of an allowance to players representing the state who may be incapacitated by being injured on the field of play. It has also been decided by the union that admission tickets be issued to players who have represented the union in representative games played locally by the union." The rugby union is starting to panic a little bit.
Yeah.
And so they go, we better start looking after the players.
Yeah, and it's understandable.
Seeing two clubs jump in the space of a week, it's made them panic a lot.
Yeah, and look, they would have been getting feedback about why those clubs jumped. And when they heard the plans and how in-depth those plans were by the Rugby League, they must have been shocked by it.
Oh yeah, especially Glebe, because they were one of the strong teams in the rugby union, premiership winners, and they had Wentworth Park with them, which was one of the marquee venues at the time in Sydney. So losing a club, a top club, and a venue at the same time, that hurts. James Gilton also revealed that it was he and Victor Trumper who were the people behind the organising of Rugby League. He was also asked how many clubs did he think he had. Gilton replied, 10, Glebe, Balmain, Newtown, South Sydney, Eastern Suburbs, Sydney, North Sydney, Manly, Western Suburbs, and a central western team with Parramatta as a centre, and allowing a 10-mile radius. St George and Newtown may have to combine.
Oh, that's interesting. I've never heard that there was ever any talk of that back then.
The St George had been. We'll get to it. They were keen, very keen, and very close. So Gilton was then asked, "What will become of the 33 1/3% paid to the clubs?" And he replied, "That will pay all trading and other expenses, costumes, etc." So that a man will go on the field unburdened by any expense? Yes, exactly. He then revealed that the Tour de England will have the exact same terms as the current New Zealand professional side. The league will receive 2.5% of the gross takings, while the balance will be equally divided among the players. Gilton then went on to add, "I would like to mention another matter, that of whitewashing the players who took part with us last year. It is said that the Metropolitan Rugby Union does not desire to do so. Well, look at this." And then he pulled out a typewritten document. "Here you will see the amateur status defined according to the Convention of 1899, and then this follows." And he quotes, "This, however, will not debar any present members who may have, prior to this date, November 4th, 1907, forfeited their amateur status, remaining members of the union and playing in any competitions or matches arranged by the union." And he says, "Now what does that mean if not a desire to whitewash?" he's gone from being, as we went through in the last episode, just promoting league and not getting involved in the back and forth of rugby union, just leaving them to fight within themselves.
Mm-hmm.
And now he's finally gone, right, he's got some confidence because he's got some teams joining up and he's gone, right, I'm going to go on the front foot now. I'm going to go after union.
Yeah.
I'm going to take it to them. And it's another thing that gets the players going, I like this guy.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see why they would like him with the way that he's just so concise about what their goals are and what players are going to get and what the clubs are going to get, and he lays it all out on the table. I mean, he was just a genius.
Absolutely. Ahead of his time.
Yeah.
January 16, the northern branch of the New South Wales Rugby Union, which is based in Newcastle, held a meeting where they revealed they'd received a letter from the Rugby League asking them for their affiliation. They decided to reply and state that they had no intention of severing ties with the Rugby Union. On the next day, on January 16, there was a notice in the newspaper, and this is more of Giltinan's, ahead of the times sort of mentality. He put this ad in the paper: rugby football monster meeting will be held at Redfern Town Hall on Friday, Jan 17 to form South Sydney Club to affiliate with the Rugby League at 8 p.m. That's it.
Yeah.
He's not even saying we're going to discuss it. He's basically saying it's going to be a huge team. Everyone's going to be a huge meeting. Everyone's going to be there, and we will form a South Sydney club.
Yeah, yeah.
They took all the doubt out of the whole matter, and it's just going to happen no matter what. And so, sure enough, following day, January 17, the South Sydney club was formed. Henry Hall presided over the meeting. The hall was at capacity with even some people unable to get inside. Hall began by echoing the same sentiment he had shared at Glebe in Newtown, posing the notion that he was promoting professionalism. The league would be replicating the system used in cricket. Giltinan echoed his sentiments from previous meetings, and after they had finished, Arthur Hennessy moved that a South Sydney football club be formed to affiliate with the league. Bill Cairns seconded the motion, which was carried unanimously, and they selected their office bearers. There was so little effort required to get South Sydney to jump across.
And is there a reason for that?
I'm not too sure. I think for a large part, the South Sydney Club were another one of those successful teams, and they just wanted to be where the best football was going to be played.
Okay.
Because you're a strong team, you don't want to go around having poor games, because if you're beating everyone but you're beating poor opponents, no one's going to come and watch.
Yeah.
But if you're beating everyone and you're beating strong teams, lots of people come and watch. And so it's all about gate takings. And now the players are going to start getting a piece of that pie. Mm. Yeah, we want big crowds, and we want to be where the best teams are. So having Glebe already joined was probably a very, very big carrot to get South to come across.
Mm-hmm. Which is funny because they're the Rabbitohs.
There you go. Following day, a meeting of Southwestern Rugby Union was held in Gundagai. They'd received a letter from Giltinan inviting them to join the Rugby League. Giltinan also proposed a Country Week Carnival in Sydney in the upcoming season, and after those games were played, players from Sydney, Newcastle and other country clubs will be chosen to form the New South Wales state side. He also offered a total of 20% of profits from all gate takings to the branch from the Country Week games. He did this quite a few times, and Country Week had been something that Rugby Union had run plenty of times before, and it was never profitable at all for the country teams. It barely ever made any profits at all, even for the Sydney clubs.
So that was the lure he had to say, hey, this is going to be profitable.
Yeah. So he was trying everything he could to get them to come across because he knew that it wasn't working for Rugby Union. Mm-hmm. The problem he had is that the country leagues were so tired of wasting money on Country Week in Sydney. And at the time, there was very little for them to gain out of going there other than just gate takings. And if the gate takings aren't there, why bother?
Yeah.
Because the country areas were just as passionately following football and almost to the same number as they were in Sydney. So if we're not going to get any extra gate takers, then we're just wasting money. We're not going to be easily swayed that way.
Mm-hmm.
That committee decided that no. That was basically it. No. And this is a common theme. The Rugby Union have decided to adopt a rule from the Welsh Rugby Union whereby any person who holds office or assists in any manner whatsoever with any rugby football association declared by the union to be formed in opposition to rugby union shall be declared a professional and banned for life from all rugby union associations under the New South Wales Rugby Union. It comes on the same day that it was reported that the Rugby Union had communicated with English Rugby Union officials regarding increasing the allowance for players who have to travel interstate or overseas to play in matches. Reports begin surfacing that a movement is being started to create a union representing all amateur sports in New South Wales. Its intention is to debar from each sport all who are not regarded as amateurs in each of the other sports. Giltinan had also sent a letter to the Northern New South Wales branch to ask if they would defer from union to join the league, but they also politely declined.
It's so interesting too, because when you think about what it's like now in professional sport and all sport basically, that you had this idea that you would never, ever, ever make $1 out of playing sport, and that kept you as being a pure sportsman. It's just something that doesn't exist in this day and age. Like, it's an ideal that we don't understand anymore. We don't understand what it was really based in anymore. But it was a very strong feeling with some people back then.
Yeah, there was this attitude that if you got paid to do something, then you weren't doing it for the love of it. You were doing it for the money.
Mm.
And that was a problem. It just seems weird that that's the case, though, to everybody now, because,
yeah.
I mean, no one does that anymore.
No. And you would have thought that they would have seen the writing on the wall when sports started to make money just through gate takings and stuff like that. As soon as they started to make money from gate takings, there's only one way that's ever going to go. But they didn't. There were people that just wanted to reject that obvious next step for sport.
Yeah, I suppose it made a lot of players wonder, are the people who are running these sports just so opposed to professionalism because it means that they would have to share the money that they're getting being administrators?
Mm.
So you started getting this resentment between the playing and the administrating people. And that was a big part at the core of a lot of the gripes that some rugby union players had with the Metropolitan Rugby Union at the time.
Mm-hmm.
January 23, a meeting at the Balmain Town Hall sees the formation of the Balmain Club. The meeting was chaired by politician John Story, who I believe went on to become the New South Wales Premier about 15 years later. Henry Hoyle opened with remarks of the previous meetings and realised quickly that he didn't have to sell the concept to the masses, as he was cheered regularly, constantly being interrupted. Horace Davis stated that 16 prominent rugby players had agreed to join the club, and arrangements had already been made and confirmed with the trustees of the Birchgrove Oval, allowing the Balmain side exclusive use of the ground. Robert Hutchison moved that a Balmain club be formed to float with the league. Robert Graves seconded, and the motion was carried unanimously. Some reporters suggested that there was one man in the 600 plus present people who opposed.
Yeah, he must have felt lonely.
He would have done. So Balmain is also widely regarded as being the first club to completely remove themselves entirely from rugby union and be all into rugby league.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the other clubs, their playing rosters were gutted to form the rugby league teams, but they still had a rugby union club left behind.
Yeah, whereas Balmain, just the entire thing went, and there was no rugby union. There was no rugby union Balmain club left.
That's right. Balmain had so many grievances with rugby union that any half plausible excuse to get out of it, they were automatically going to jump at. And this was a very good one for them. So they went en masse. So, and with that, obviously the Birchgrove Oval were happy to come across as well, because one of the grievances Balmain had was a lot of their games were being moved from Birchgrove Oval into Sydney to try and get a bigger crowd to the cricket ground, which meant Birchgrove Oval was missing out on rent money and gate takings, as was Balmain. They were missing out on gate takings as well. So Birchgrove Oval saw this as an opportunity to get home games back in Sydney. And Balmain saw it as, we're going to get some more gate takings. That's exactly what they got. January 24, the league has secured the use of Wentworth Park for 1908, which means that the Glebe Rugby Union side will not be able to use the ground at all. So that impacted both the Glebe Union team and the Rugby Union, because they lost Wentworth Park, which is one of those, it was Central West at the time.
At the time, yeah.
So it was a very accessible ground to where a lot of the workers were, because that whole dock area around Balmain, a lot of those workers would have gone to Wentworth Park to watch the footy.
Mm-hmm.
But now they only had Rugby League to go and watch. What a shame. A meeting at Paddington Town Hall on January 24 sees the formation of the Eastern Suburbs Club. Henry Hoyle again chaired the meeting, was joined by Giltnan, and they immediately got on the front foot, objecting that the new league was a form of professionalism. They then went on to explain the rather expansive program already in place for the upcoming season. They also revealed that a large portion of gate takings would be donated to charities. They also reiterated that the league was already in a sound financial position, with a bank guarantee of £3,000 for expenses, and 70% of the gross gate takings offered by the Northern Union for the visiting tour at the end of the upcoming season. A motion to form the club to join the league was seconded, and it was carried. Now, in the media at the time, the patron was one Colonel Onslow. This is an important person, because later on he refuses to accept that he was even at the meeting, let alone declared a patron, and he was a pro-rugby union man.
Oh, that's interesting.
So one wonders whether it was mistaken identity, or whether putting him there was an intentional act by the league to say, look, even rugby union higher-ups are coming over to league.
Mm-hmm.
And that's never really known. Interestingly enough, also, Harry Flegg was the secretary. The treasurer was Ted Hooper, the referee. And on their committee was Victor Trumper. Also on their committee, Albert Rosenfeld and Lou Del Puget, whose granddaughter was Blanche, who married Bob Hawke. It's a
fairly interesting board that they had.
It is indeed. It is indeed. January 25, the league secures the use of the Wentworth Park for the upcoming season, and it will be exclusively used for rugby league games. The Glebe Rugby Union team now has just 2 months to find a suitable new home ground. Also on that same day, Great Britain win the first test against New Zealand, 14-6 at Headingley. We're up to February 1. New Zealand tour management report that professionalism is now spreading into Wales. A quote they received from mid-December 1907 said, "I think Swansea and Cardiff will be playing professional football next year. In the 9 matches played so far, we have far exceeded the takings of the last team. We expect tremendous gates at Wigan, Oldham and Hunslet. After next week, it will be all profits, as expenses have now all been paid." So at that stage, I think they still had another 3 weeks of football to go.
Far out.
February 1, New Zealand score a tight 3-2 victory over Ebb Vale in Bridgend, Wales. February 4, the Western Suburbs Rugby League Football Club is formed at a meeting held at Ashfield Town Hall. Now, this one's a bit trickier. Unlike the other clubs, which were motivated by largely player revolt against union officials, West was forced out of a more internal dispute. So there was a conflict between the Western Suburbs Club, Rugby Union Club, and their second division side, Ashfield. Ashfield players routinely found ways to make themselves unavailable to play for West's top grade side whenever they were called upon. The arrival of Rugby League gave the Ashfield players an opportunity to break away from the West Rugby Union side, so they formed their own Western Suburbs team in the league. The disgruntled members of the West side broke away from Rugby Union and formed the Cumberland Rugby League Club. There's a lot of mess involved there. So essentially, West is Ashfield, and Cumberland were west.
That makes total sense, actually.
Yeah, that's right. Mr. J. Woodbridge chaired the meeting. Henry Hall explained that the league was fighting for a new condition of affairs because of the cast iron constitution under which the rugby union was formed, whereby no alteration could be made in that body without the consent of certain people on the other side of the world. Australian conditions required a wide and local representation and was one of the major factors that brought the league into existence. Because at the time Ashfield was so far away from the centre of Sydney, things like this were what were more important to the West players, is travel costs and the burden of travel, all that sort of things. Mm-hmm. So you can see how they're being really smart about what message they send to each of these meetings.
Mm. Yeah, it's definitely tailored to each club's individual desires in terms of their grievances towards rugby union.
Yeah. The league existed solely in the interest of the players and would place individual players on a stable basis financially and otherwise. Many great players were denied the opportunity of representative honours due to their own lack of finances. The league sought to remedy this, but not only giving opportunities to these players, but also putting money into their pockets instead of taking it out. So obviously directly speaking to the working class people out there as well who were struggling.
Yeah.
Hoyle also stated that the league fixtures will not be scheduled to damage the union, a practice that had been resorted to by a certain body in the past. Hoyle then repeated his comments at previous meetings about the tour to England, about how it's locked in and already financed. He also added that arrangements were currently being made to send a team of representatives to America. It was also mentioned that they were even contemplating the merits of sending teams to tour Africa.
Who they would have played would have been interesting.
Yeah. So this is the other thing that they're doing, okay, is most of the wealthier people in Sydney were living in the city, like the CBD area. And so the people who were living out in the western suburbs probably weren't ones who were, at the time, well-travelled.
Mm-hmm.
So you're like, man, you can go to America and Africa if you come play rugby league.
Yeah, and look, that was... they reckon that's one of the things that they got so many recruits for World War I, which hasn't happened yet. And that people would say, oh, if you go and you sign up for the armed forces in the world wars, you can go and see different parts of the world. At that time, they didn't realise what a meat grinder World War I was going to become. But it was part of the, going and seeing the world through, this other vehicle. And so, yeah, to have it for sport at this time would have been huge.
Absolutely. It's all about trying to... They're clearly on the sell.
Yeah.
That's what it is. Because you can hear through a lot of this, not really promoting how the game will be played or how it looks. That's never mentioned. It's all about, because a lot of the players are recognizing that the rules are a little bit different.
Yeah.
But none of that's mentioned anywhere. It's all about, come play the game. Come play the game. We're going to give you this and we're going to do this and we're going to do all this stuff that the other lot aren't doing. Gildan then spoke up and he was cheered and applauded regularly. He mentioned that Daily Messenger will be returning to Australia after the current tour in England and he will be joining the league. Mr. Stack then moved that a Western District football club to be formed to affiliate with the league. The motion was passed and seconded, and we had our next team. On February 5, the question as to whether players in the league will be able to compete as an amateur runner will be discussed at an upcoming meeting of the New South Wales Amateurs Athletics Association. These meetings start becoming much more frequent. And the reason why the running one comes up is because one of the players for Eastern Suburbs was a rather prominent sprinter at the time.
Mm-hmm.
His name escapes me at the moment. He was, I think it might have been Flegg. He was the top try scorer in the very first season of the New South Wales Rugby League. Horry Miller, was his name. So Horry Miller was keen to play rugby league, and he was also keen to play rugby league and not receive a single cent for anything he did for the game in order to maintain his amateur status. And so while he wouldn't be able to play rugby union because he's involved with rugby league, because he hasn't received money, he wanted to ensure that he could still be deemed as an amateur in the athletics area so that he could still do his athletic sprinting that he wanted to do. And it sort of had these other wider reaching issues beyond that. Like you'd have people they might have been swimmers, tennis players, boxers. That was another prominent one.
Wasn't sailing one as well?
Exactly. And so a lot of people who were playing rugby league were especially sailors, boxers, and runners. So they wanted to keep doing that stuff as well, and rowing. So those amateur unions all join up. And we'll get to that. That gets a bit messy. February 7, the North Sydney Football Club is formed at the North Sydney School of Arts. There was a local politician, Mr. Clark, E.M. Clark, and he explained that he was in an awkward position as he was the vice patron of the North Sydney Rugby Union Club. But he was always on the side of breaking down a monopoly, and that he was not present to say anything about professional or amateur football. He was just an observer that chaired the meeting. Henry Hoyle addressed the members and said that those present were free men and they could please themselves what they would do, and he was not going to say anything about the rugby union. He then repeated comments about how gate takings would be split, how players would be insured and receive a full week's pay if they were injured playing the game, and that they would receive a fair day's pay while on representative duty, ensuring that no man would ever be out of pocket when they played in the league. Gilden then spoke and said he was glad to have a little opposition at the meeting. He spoke glowingly about Daily Messenger. He reconfirmed his view on the professional status of players. Harry Glanville then moved that the North Sydney Football Club be formed to affiliate with the league. The motion was seconded and carried, and we had our next team. So in the space of 1 month, we've formed Glebe, Newtown, South, Balmain, West, and North Sydney, and East. We've got 8 clubs.
That's a pretty quick expansion.
7 clubs, 7 clubs. Very fast. On February 8, a lengthy meeting at the Pikes Room on Bolton Street in Newcastle was held with the hopes of forming a rugby league team there to participate in the upcoming season. Henry Hoyle, James Gilden, and Peter Moyer from the Glebe Club, as well as A. Waymark from Glebe, attended what they knew would be their most challenging meeting yet. Essentially, though, when the meeting started, they were met in very good spirits, and all in attendance were listening very carefully. Hall began by saying that they were here purely to have a preliminary chat with the players to point out the aims and objectives of the new league. He provided some of the events that had led to the decision to form the league, and mentioned that they had received great support throughout the metropolitan area of Sydney. However, it was an absolute necessity that they establish country branches for the league. He mentioned a number of issues that country branches had with the current union governance, most notably that the union the union had never yet covered them for loss of wages and fair expenses. So basically, every time the Newcastle players went down to Sydney, and there was no road then, the Newcastle players were never reimbursed for that. However, the constitution of the league had been drawn up specifically to ensure that players from outside of Sydney would receive fair and equitable treatment and have no expenses from playing. He added that when country teams travel to Sydney under the league, their travel and hotel bills would be all paid in full by the league. Furthermore, the players would share in 20% of the gate takings. Gilton then spoke, stating there is no reason why footballers of first-class calibre could not be found in the Northern District to take part in international matches. He then spoke about the guaranteed tour to England at the end of the season. Afterwards, a vote was taken, and Hoyle announced that the verdict was against the formation of an association to affiliate with the league. Hoyle said that he was sorry that this was the verdict, but the league would make another attempt. So a few things to come out of that is the fact that a lot of people in Newcastle were very, very upset after what had happened with Pat Walsh a few seasons prior, which we'd mentioned in other episodes. So they're trying to attack some of the issues that came out of that, thinking that maybe it was more widespread, but it wasn't. So that's part of the reason why this sort of fell flat on the face. They were speaking to an issue that they thought was more prominent than it really was. But they were passionate about getting Newcastle in there. So it's not the last time they head up there. February 8, New Zealand win the second test against Great Britain, 18-6 at Stamford Bridge. So they're going to a tiebreaker over there. February 12, the referee reports that Dr. McKinnon, a former Sydney University rugby union player, was named as one of the North Sydney vice presidents at their meeting. McKinnon informed the paper that no one had any authority to put his name forward for election, and that he strongly resents it, and that he is thoroughly opposed to the principle of professionalism in football.
Oh, wow.
Again, how did his name end up there?
Well, that's happened a few times now. And I guess with the news cycle back then was pretty damn slow. So you could chuck someone's name in there and it would take a while for it to be refuted.
Yeah. And they're probably hoping that no one would refute it.
Yeah.
But a public opposition to that sort of thing might be seen badly, I guess, too, amongst the society, because at the time they're getting all the information from newspapers.
Yeah, yeah.
February 15, New Zealand wins a spiteful third test against Great Britain in atrocious conditions, 8-5 to win the series 2-1. So Great Britain loses their first ever test series against a team from outside of Great Britain.
Mm-hmm.
I thought you'd like that one.
I did.
February 16, the Sunday Times provides a list of country unions who had been approached by the league and their decisions. So the Central Northern Union, no intention of breaking away. Central Western Rugby Union cannot see their way to sever connections with the union. Port Macquarie, they just ignored the league. Bellingen Rugby Union, this branch, although only new, had been very fairly treated at the hands of the New South Wales Rugby Union. Consequently, they got no desire to sever their connection with them. And they said that the offer of 20% of profits for Country Week looks very well on paper, but we happen to know that this carnival has always resulted in a loss.
Yeah, and that seems to be what held them all back, is that they'd all been offered this before by the rugby union and there'd been no return on it. So why would they expect anything from the rugby league offering the same thing, basically?
Which hadn't played a game yet.
Yeah, yeah.
Tweed Rugby Union, they ignored the league's letter. Hartley Rugby Union informed the league that they did not intend to sever connection with the union. Bega, loyal to the union. Players were very much amused at the alluring offers of 20% of Country Week, as they failed to remember any occasion when a profit was made. Manning Rugby Union ignored the league, and the Northern Rugby Union no wish to sever ties with Rugby Union. So they can't get a single country area on board.
Mm.
February 18, James Gilton pens a response to criticism of the new league code, declaring it as professional. In the Evening News, he replies to the critic under the pen name Sphere, explaining how it's not outright professionalism. It's the same as cricket and no one deems them professionals. His letter takes up about 3 columns of a newspaper page.
Yeah.
I could read it, but I'm not going to. I've got too much going. He's very thorough. Most of it is all just stuff that we've spoken before. It goes into great detail about a lot of the things that he's been saying at all the club meetings.
Mm-hmm.
On February 19, a rather innocent letter to the editor of the Referee sports newspaper asks, 1, is a professional foot runner eligible to play with the amateur rugby team for Great Britain this year? The answer is yes. 2, if an amateur runner playing with the league would lose his amateur status, why could a professional runner play with an amateur team? Answer, an amateur runner or anyone else playing with the rugby league would lose his amateur football status under the rules of the rugby union, which provides against professionalism only in football. But whether he would forfeit his amateur status as a runner would depend on his recognition of the amateur definition rule, which provides that an amateur is one who has never taught, pursued, or assisted in the practice of any athletic exercise, which includes football, for financial gain. I was reading through this going, remember when John Hewson was asked about how much a cake would cost under the GFC?
Yeah, it's a bit like that.
This is what the amateur rule had become. This long-winded thing with clauses and bylaws and clauses, and it's like, you're trying to say that we're going to ban anyone who plays rugby league without actually saying it.
Yeah, pretty much. And
that's what they're inferring.
And you're ignoring where sport is just generally going.
Yes, exactly. On February 20, the Evening News defends the author, Sphere, against Gilton's retort 2 days earlier, but only seemingly correcting him on the claim that the Metropolitan Rugby Union opened subscription lists to raise funds for a well-known player. This just goes on. Like it's an almost childish spat between a anonymous writer for the newspaper in Gilton, and it all just plays out in the newspaper. The paper claims that Gilton's claims were untrue. The whole of that movement was initiated by the St George Club under the presidency of J.H. Clayton regarding Mr. Judd. The paper reported that Judd refused to accept any money while he was injured, adding, Mr. Judd is an amateur who never asked for recompense, nor would he for playing a game that he loves and that other gentlemen are trying to make money out of.
So that's a slam there against the rugby league.
Exactly. Now, Mr. Judd, we mentioned him in the last episode. He had suffered a horrible leg injury in a rugby union match. He and the opposition player both suffered. What happened is they both went to kick a ball on the ground at the same time when their shins snapped into one another and they literally cracked. And the rugby union was alleged to have raised money for both of them. But when Glebe rugby union player Alec Burden broke his shoulder a second time playing for New South Wales, he didn't get a single cent. So the romantic stories that went on for a long time, for a very long time, was that it was Burden's shoulder that was the catalyst for rugby league starting. It wasn't, but it just it added fuel to an already burning fire. Yeah,
and it's like, you know, a lot of times when you hear people talk about what really started rugby league, they'll say one thing, and it was really death by 1,000 cuts when you come down to it. It's just, you know, you would like to be able to put a bow on when the game of rugby league really first got its claws into the, you know, the rugby union playing players and public and all that sort of stuff. And it kind of wasn't one thing. It was a lot of different things.
Yeah. The New South Amateur Athletics Association hold a meeting where they discuss a letter they received from Gilton, who asked for affiliation and recognition of its members as amateurs. It was resolved to refer the case to the league, to refer the case of the league to the Amateur Athletes Union of Australia for an expression of opinion. Committee stuff. So Gilton's claiming that rugby league are amateur players, because they're not making profit out of playing. They're just having their expenses paid for.
Yeah.
He's swimming entirely in the grey area.
Yeah.
At the time, amateur, though, didn't have a grey area. But he's decided to create a grey area. He's creating a moral argument in an area where there never was one previously. And so it's put everyone in a bit of a tricky spot. But it was very smart of what he was doing, though.
Yeah.
February 22, the Glebe Rugby League Club hold their first meeting where they announce they have 130 players already registered with the club. New Zealand plays their last game of their tour against St Helens, scoring a convincing 21-10 victory. Their manager, Albert Baskerville, played his first game for the New Zealand team in this match, and he scored a try. But Baskerville was a winger, and he was only in his 20s when he organised this tour. And he was a very good player in his own right, but he was not a selfish person. He knew he was going over there just to organise things, and so he wouldn't play games. And he only ran out in the very last match of that tour.
It's cool he did get a run.
Yes. Well-deserved run. February 24, the Paddington Council hold a meeting which discussed the matter of the use of Hampton Oval for the upcoming football season. This is a fun one. Both rugby codes sought to use the venue. However, the committee opted to stick with Union, largely as they were a known entity because they'd had no issues with them in the past. Stay tuned. February 28, at the Rockdale Town Hall, a meeting was held to form a team in St George. The Mayor of Rockdale presided over the meeting. Henry Hall gave a long address, mentioned that the Metropolitan Rugby Union made its players buy their own uniforms, pay their own expenses wherever they went, instead of reimbursing them out of the gate money, which would often amount to £200 or £300 for each suburban game. They got nothing. Giltnan was also in attendance and spoke. Mr. Munn moved and Hoyle seconded the motion that a branch of the league be formed to be named St. George District League Football Club. The motion was carried unanimously. Some reports suggest around 7 people were opposed. So the St. George Club was formed. The chairman then called on the footballers present to come up on stage and enrol themselves as members of the club. However, nearly all of the players immediately left without signing anything, while about 30 others were left to sign the roll, which wasn't quite enough. And they left because they thought the meeting was over. They didn't realise they had to go and sign the player register roll.
Oh, jeez.
February 28th, the Council of the Royal Agricultural Society hold their monthly meeting whereby it intends to donate a shield for competition among the New South Wales Rugby League clubs to the value of £50.
Now, we still use that today. That's the shield the minor premiers get. It's absolutely beautiful. And it's funny to look at that shield and think that it cost £50 back then.
£50.
Yeah.
There you go. March the 2nd, the Western Division Football Club hold a meeting where among their business was a letter from Giltnan which they discussed. Giltnan invited them to become affiliated with the league and reiterated that all country teams will be invited to attend Country Week in Sydney and the whole 20% profits thing. Mr. Jarman and Mr. Naven seconded that the communication be allowed to stand over till the next meeting for further discussion. Mr. Yates moved for an amendment that a letter be written to the league stating that we do not see any cause for changing our status. Of course, the letter and offer sound nice, but they must remember that the rugby union with zero competition, unlike what the league now has, had run similar matches and run them as well as it was possible and had always run at a loss. And given most country clubs were operating on much smaller budgets, how are they going to afford to pay players? This motion was seconded. Mr. Naven then expressed that the formation of the league would do a lot of good for football. Mr. Pullen, who was undecided, accepted this, stating it will make the rugby union spend more money in the country instead of hoarding up their funds for themselves.
And I dare say it didn't do any of that.
Correct. The same day, the Daily Telegraph reported that in September of 1907, the Metropolitan Rugby Union applied to Paddington Council for exclusive use of Hampton Oval. In January 1908, the new league also made an application to play games at the venue over 3 years, but were not seeking for exclusivity. That way, it would allow the venue to play both codes at the ground, and therefore making money from both codes. Giltnan offered to pay 40% of the gross takings from matches played on the ground and would organise 10 to 14 games per year there. They also received offers from the Australian Rules Competition and Association Football, soccer for us Australians.
Yes.
The ground sought to get all the applicant bodies together to work out a schedule so that they could all use the ground. The ground requested to receive 15% of the gross gate takings. The Metropolitan Rugby Union agreed and guaranteed 6 first-grade games on alternating Saturdays. In February, Giltnan informed the council that the league did not want the monopoly of Hampton Oval for the season, but he said that their ratepayers should have the opportunity to witness such football as that played by a messenger, who is regarded not just in Australia but in England as one of the best footballers the world has produced. The council held their meeting, received the recommendation that the ground accept the application by the Metropolitan Rugby Union only. Alderman George accepted the offer, but said there were too many accidents in the game. He quoted as saying, "I would give £20 tonight if my son would tell me that he will not play rugby again. I have no sympathy with his football, but I am for justice."
Oh, wow.
Alderman Pointing, who was the newly appointed president of the Eastern Suburbs Rugby League Club, stated, "There was no better football union in existence than the Metropolitan Rugby Union. The union in the past had been liberal with their donations and they carried out all of their promises. Eventually, it came down to an unwillingness to sign long-term deals with any given association of sport, hence their alignment with the Metropolitan Rugby Union, who were happy to do year by year." So the league missed out on Hampton Oval.
I have never heard of Hampton Oval.
There you go. It's a roundish venue in Hampton.
Look, my guess is that it just sort of faded away. You know, if you're not getting the big sporting events in Sydney, then you're just a local oval at the end of the day.
That's right. March 5, North Sydney Football Club hold their first meeting at the Masonic Hall in North Sydney. Same day, the Gilton Rugby Union Club hold its maiden meeting for the year. Lewis Abrams revealed that he regretted the formation of the professional body, but the Metropolitan Rugby Union must take its share of the blame for what happened. So, if we remember right, he was the one who was stating way back, might have been 1903, that the rugby union needs to start subsidising players' expenses for travelling. And the union laughed at him, basically. So he was not opposed to the rugby league team being formed, hence why he joined their committee when they formed. March 9, Gilton reveals to the media some of the gameplay changes between league and union. This is the first time I have found any mention of the differences between league and union in 1908, 3 months into the year.
That's interesting.
So this is a quote. No league side may play more than 13 men. It is an absolutely new game. There is no lining out. If the ball is kicked into touch before it bounces on the field, there is a scrum back where it was kicked from. That's all he gave.
It's because they were the rules that were being used in England at the time, and it's just interesting that it didn't come up more often.
I was really surprised that there was no mention of it in any of the team meetings at all prior to this. Like everyone was just like, "Yeah, we'll play whatever sport you throw at us." A prominent but unnamed politician stated, most members of parliament hold that the union cannot shut its eyes to the one prominent event of the year, which is professionalism. The movement has not ended even among the prominent players, much less amongst younger and ignorant players. The union should fight the league openly with all its might. Professionalism is beaten in Newcastle and the country, but in the town it is very strong, especially in the Balmain area. A second proposal is to ignore the league. If men want to play for money, the sooner they play by themselves, the better. Now they are out of the amateur game. Others who would not play with them will more than take their place. There's some, this is one of the upper class people, obviously being a politician.
Mm-hmm.
You start to see they're starting to get, the vitriol starting to ramp up a little bit. They're starting to get a bit nasty towards one another.
Yeah, and the interesting thing is everything that the rugby union did that was proactive against the rugby league really played into the rugby league's hands, and really disaffected a lot of rugby union players that would have been on the fence or were maybe interested in it but were not sure. And it was like they did everything they could to push people towards the rugby league and away from rugby union in Sydney.
Yeah, exactly. March 10, the league officially announced that they will be playing under Northern Union rules for the upcoming season and not rugby union rules. The Hunter District Union hold their annual meeting where they reveal that they had received a letter from Gilton inviting them to join the league. They are quick and clear to refuse to switch allegiances as well. The St George Club holds their annual meeting, and when electing office bearers, all the local council members and mayor were appointed positions on the committee, except for Alderman Taylor because he'd accepted a position on the St George League Club. And the West Rugby League Club hold a general meeting, adding extra members to their committee. Gilton was president, revealed that he had booked passages for the Australian team to tour England in the upcoming August. He also revealed that arrangements have been made for the visit of a Maori side, the New Zealand side, and a very strong Queensland side in the coming months.
It's really interesting that you think about they currently have basically just formed a lot of these clubs, and he's already booked the tickets for the first touring team in August.
Yes. They still have not played a game, not even a trial game yet.
It's unbelievable.
We still have not played a single rugby league game in the country. Anyway.
He only just announced the rules.
He's got everything else set up. Just haven't played a game yet. It's phenomenal. March 11, it's reported that the New Zealand All Golds will disembark in Australia upon their return from their tour to England to play a few games. And the league has announced that they've secured the use of the Royal Agricultural Showground. Another
which is huge.
big ground, yeah.
Yeah.
March 13, the first meeting of referees for the New South Wales Rugby League is held at the Supreme Court Hotel. I mean, where else would you put officials? Chaired by Tom Costello, the meeting appoints its office bearers on the committee: Victor Trumper, James Gilton, Daly Messenger, Alex Burden. Just a bunch of players. What could go wrong? It was stated that the league would be played at Wentworth Park, the Agricultural Showground, and Birchgrove Oval, and the possibility of games also being played at Hampton Park and a ground in Newtown. Trial games would be played at the end of the month, and they will be played at Hampton Park. They also noted that the New Zealand side would play 5 or 6 games in Sydney. A Maori team and a Queensland team also expected to tour the state of New South Wales. A New South Wales side will also be sent to Queensland. On March 13, the Eastern Suburbs Rugby Union Club held their annual meeting. Colonel Onslow was present, and he advised all present to stick with the amateur code and keep the game of rugby free from taint. He also revealed that he was elected as patron of the local league side, but it was done without his consent. Now, we have a bit of fun coming up here.
Okay.
March 16. A heated meeting takes place over the use of Hampton Park for the upcoming season. Bear with me on this. This is worth it. Alderman William Loft stated that while the council agreed to the rugby union proposal for the season, he moved that the motion should be rescinded and the council obtain the best terms that they could on behalf of the ratepayers for the use of Hampton Park. The rugby union were not fair and above board. I'm going to show that we could have got better terms from the New South Wales Rugby League. The Mayor, George Walker, explained that the rugby union were to have a lease of the ground for 3 years on certain conditions. William Loss replied, I thought it was for this season only. Now find that they're going to have the Oval for 3 years, during which only 18 first-class matches will be played. I'm prepared to let the ground for the best offer. The Rugby League were prepared to play 14 matches on the Oval every season and pay a higher percentage of the gate than Union. If their matter is not rescinded, then I will not let the matter stop here. I will fight it out to a finish. After some debate, Adam Pointing asked if a copy of the council's resolution had been forwarded to the Metropolitan Rugby Union. The mayor replied that it had been sent and a letter from the union had been received accepting the terms of the lease for 3 years. Therefore, as the business had already been completed, he must rule that the motion to rescind the offer be out of order. William Loss piped up again. If you rule me out of order in this instance, I shall table it again, so the council might as well let me go on. The mayor suggested that Loft should allow the matter to stand over till the next meeting, when the mayor would be in a better position to give his ruling. Owing to the indisposition of the council clerk, he was not in possession of all the facts. However, if the contracts were signed, then that would be the end of the matter, and he was under the impression that the contract had already been fixed up. The council allowed Loss to proceed with his motion. So he said, if the agreement was signed, then the document was the property of the council, and he demanded that it be laid on the table. If it was signed, then he would have to mark out another course in the matter. He was prepared to say that £140 would be placed with the council at this meeting as a deposit from the league for the Oval for 14 Saturdays during the football season. Had it not been for the competition of league, the union would not have bothered its head about Hampton Park. The council had a right to accept the best offer, and that best offer had been made by the Rugby League. Alderman Pointing then asked the mayor if he had signed the contract for the Metropolitan Rugby Union's 3-year deal, and the mayor confirmed that he had. He then said that he hadn't signed it.
Oh.
Lofts then said he did not consider the matter binding on the council. Alderman Yarrell then seconded the motion by Lofts. Mr. Lofts is the one who's opposed to all of this, and now he's starting to get a bit of support.
Mm-hmm.
The mayor then oddly added that he'd rather abolish football games on the ground altogether, stating it was too dangerous and that he and his wife were always happy when they saw their sons come home safely after playing on Saturday afternoons. He added that the Metropolitan Rugby Union had been good tenants and he intended to stick to the vote he gave in the last meeting, which was in favour of the Metropolitan Rugby Union. The resolution to lease the Oval to the MRU was moved by him and he was not going back on it. It was then decided to reconvene in a week with a solicitor to review the legality of the contract that the MRU had agreed to. The Mayor of Paddington, James Dillon, supported the resolution and stated that he never saw any good from the rugby union. Throwing a bundle of notes on the table, Dillon said, I'll put down £140 tonight on behalf of the league for the use of the Oval for 14 Saturdays, and there is the money. Boom.
Wow.
Now, Mr. Mayor, give me a receipt for the 14 Sundays and there's your cash.
That's awesome.
The committee then voted on Loft's motion to rescind the contract submitted to the union, and it was tied at 6 votes apiece. The mayor then declined to cast his deciding vote, saying he required more information before doing so. He just slapped 140 pounds down.
Yeah, he just stood up and put it on the table. That's awesome.
That's brilliant. March 16, the Balmain Rugby Union Football Club held its annual meeting. The meeting mentioned the woeful treatment the club had received from the Metropolitan Rugby Union. It was announced that since the inauguration of the MRU, Balmain had played 131 first-grade games, but only 23 were in its own territory. During the reading of the club report, every point made against the MRU was greeted with cheers and applause. Bob Hutchison then reported that one young fellow, who was the sole support of his widowed mother and her 5 children, met with an accident, and it was decided by the club that it would do something for him and arranged a concert. They asked the MRU for a donation and they sent £1.
Oh, man.
Someone yelled out, "What a lovely sum!" They also revealed that when Balmain were on their country tour, they only had to pay £10 more than the rugby union had provided to them. They were not reimbursed this extra expense. Meanwhile, the union took 85% of their gate takings for that tour. Mr. Marks and Mr. Wood, officials from the MRU who were in attendance, were constantly interrupted, booed and jeered.
No
Marks
wonder.
finally got to speak up, and he said that rugby was played around the globe, but league was only played in 2 countries.
I've heard that before.
It's an oldie but a goodie.
At least they stuck with that line, hey?
It's the one thing they did stick with.
Yeah.
They didn't stick with amateurism, but they stuck with that one.
No. Eventually they started paying taxes, but anyway.
The New South Wales Rugby Union purchase of the Epping ground was a good investment, he said. The MRU Medical Fund now provided for all 3 grades of players. Someone yelled out, "Who made you do it?" Another responded, "Rub it into him." And it was the league that made you do it. The Evening News then reported, Pat McQuaid answered the remarks of the MRU officials in attendance and at times used words like liar and occasionally a stronger word to the enjoyment of his supporters.
Wow, I wonder what that word was.
The chairman called for nominations for officials and they got absolutely no response. After the meeting had concluded, 2 players got into a fight. When they were separated, one man was found to be bleeding profusely, probably caused by a knife. He was taken to hospital and patched up.
Oh, man.
They were called Balmaniacs.
You'd love to be a fly on the wall for that whole thing, hey?
Oh, it would have been fantastic.
Yeah.
I've looked around for ages to try and find a full transcript of that whole meeting because it was just wild.
Yeah.
Credit, though, to Mr. Marks and Mr. Wood from the MRU because they knew what they were getting into and they still turned up.
Yeah, I mean, they turned up to a meeting where there was a stabbing at the end of it. Like,
yes.
Yeah, that was pretty ballsy.
That was ballsy. March 17, the New South Wales Rowing Association held a meeting where they discussed a letter received by Giltinan. The letter asked if the Rowing Association deemed rugby league players to be amateurs. They replied, under the rules of the association, members of the rugby league who play or manage the game of football according to the rules of the league are professionals and are consequently not eligible to row under the rules of the association. The committee also agreed that the rules of the league are inconsistent with the definition of amateurism, which the Rowing Association has always adopted. 2 days later, the New South Wales Swimming Association held a meeting where they too had a letter from Giltinan requesting their views as to whether they believe leagues to be amateur. They were also of the view that the new rugby was entirely professional. March 20th, Mr. Fitzhardinge, Secretary of the Birchgrove Reserve Trust, addressed the reasons why the MRU has so few games being played at the venue and thus the Trust's motivation to align themselves with the league. One claim from the MRU was that players refused to go to the ground due to the treatment they got from spectators there. Fitzhardinge said he has seen far worse behaviour at the principal grounds and that Birchgrove always has a mix of uniformed and plainclothes police officers in attendance. He then mentioned that the last big incident was in 1903 when there was some fuss in a match between Balmain and Newtown due to 2 players who used to be teammates, settling an old score. He was also told that Birchgrove was in an out-of-the-way place and that fans would not travel there. In the past season, Birchgrove hadn't had a single game played there across the opening 4 weeks of competition, but they had to keep the ground vacant for the MRU. This meant that Aussie rules, soccer and lacrosse could not use the venue either. This meant no earnings whatsoever for the ground. He also addressed the matter whereby the MRU referenced crowd members throwing stones. Fitzhardinge explained that it was a group of 5 and 6-year-old children that were throwing the stone over the fence for the sake of throwing and not even remotely close to any players. When the league offered to play a game at the venue every week, it was too good an opportunity to turn down because the alternate was 3 union games a year. Fitzhardinge also recalled an occasion where a game was set to be played at Birchgrove and the Ground Trust had helped with the promotion material, only to be asked just days before the game to have the match moved to University Oval. Fitzhardinge refused. He called the official, said he thought I would be sorry and that it would be a bad thing for Birchgrove during the season if I did not agree to the change. However, I did not do so and the threat seems to have been kept. At no time have the union officials told me they would not give Birchgrove matches because of the difficulty experienced in getting players to go there. Their reason has always been that they could not afford to give good matches to outside grounds. And that's why they started losing venues as well as clubs.
Yeah.
And that's why they jumped hand in hand with Balmain across as well. March 21. This is the very first time that Rugby League is played in Australia. Finally. South Sydney hold a trial match. South Sydney Possibles versus South Sydney Probables at the Sir Joseph Banks ground. Tom Phelan refereed the first half and George Boss was the referee in the second half. Tom McCabe, the English-born former Northern Union player, was on hand to instruct both players and match officials. The match was played with 12 players aside. The Possibles team won 9-8. In those teams, we had future South Sydney players Arthur Conlon, Frank Story, Ed Fry, Arthur Butler, Arthur Hennessy, Steve Darmody, Tommy Anderson, Tom McCabe played, Bill Cann, Jim Davis, and Harry Butler. They had nearly their entire first grade squad from 1908 played in the match.
It's interesting that it was only 12 aside. I'm guessing that they just didn't have enough players for 13 aside.
That largely was the reason, yeah.
Yeah.
March 23, the Paddington Council convened for a follow-up to their previous meeting to discuss the lease of the Hampton Oval to sporting organisations. This meeting wasted no time in returning to the heated arguments that the last meeting ended on. Alderman Lofts demanded to be shown the signed agreement with the MRU, and until he does see it, no vote shall be cast as to which sporting organisation gets access to the ground. The mayor did not present the document. He asked for this time off in order to get the facts together, and then he didn't bring them. But but whenever he tried to read them out, he was interrupted. Alderman Dillon eventually suggested that the meeting with the MRU had been decided at a little meeting of the mayor's own, to which the mayor denied. After more conjecture, the mayor's correspondence finally began being read, when Lofts objected the reading of one specific letter which he demanded to have placed in his hands. More arguing and debate then ensued. Eventually, the mayor's correspondence with the MRU was all read out. The union accepted the council's terms to lease Hampton Oval for 3 years. Solicitors were sought for their advice on the contract, and their view was that, as far as the union was concerned, their having got a contract, although it did not bear the corporate seal of the council, which was undoubtedly binding, they might possibly take proceedings to enforce it. But so far as the league was concerned, they had no ground whatsoever for any legal proceedings. The mayor then finally cast his vote in favour of the MRU. Lofts continued to demand to see the documents. Alderman Brown said, "The mayor has given his casting vote. We're not going to stop here all night listening to you." And Lofts replied, "Then go home." And Brown replied, "I'll not go home." They began to argue, and at that point it was heard that Brown remarked to Lofts that he could take care of himself either within or without the council chambers.
Oh, jeez.
And that he was prepared for Lofts at any minute. Lofts left the chamber alone shortly after. Orders were restored, and the mayor moved on to the next piece of business, whereby he sought to confirm the adoption of a tax increase on the local ratepayers for the upkeep of the grounds. Lofts hurriedly returned to the meeting at this stage, demanding to ask a question of vital importance to the council. Some of the aldermen told him to sit down, and he replied, "I won't sit down. If that question is not answered, I will apply to the court." Alderman George then claimed that Lofts had threatened the council. Alderman Costigan said, "He didn't do that." George replied, "I'm not talking to you." Costigan then said, "He didn't do that." Costigan then got engaged in an argument with George, defending loss. And after more conjecture, the mayor eventually restored peace. Adam and Dylan rose, left his seat and walked to his hat rack to collect his hat and said to the mayor, "You ran Hampton Park against us. Now you're trying to run a higher rate of taxation against us." After his departure, the vote on the tax very narrowly got approved and the meeting ended. So, cutting all that down, Lofts wanted to have not just league, but he wanted to have the ground being played on by all the sports available.
Yeah.
Because that would have meant a lot of money coming into the ground, and money coming into the ground goes straight to the council, which means they don't have to put up taxes for anyone for ground rates and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
The council the mayor has then gone and signed a deal with the Metropolitan Rugby Union and only them, which means all those other sports can't be played on there, so they're going to be making obviously a lot less money. And then he's then gone and said, right, well, we're now going to tax everyone more.
Yeah, that's incredible. Hey, like that was literally the very next thing he did.
Yes. And they were, so yeah, with that, Alderman Loss was quite pissed. It must be said. March 26th, the Balmain League Club hold a meeting with an immense 300 people in attendance. Henry Hoyle was there and gave his most aggressive and longest speech yet towards the rugby union. He spoke for 45 minutes, and some of the things he said was, "I was one of the 3 men against whom all the spite and venom of the union had been hurled. I was accused of bringing the movement into existence for my own financial benefit." He also stated the rugby union held a bank balance of £1,000. What were they going to do with it? What were they building up such a large balance for? The league, though, would spend its money to build up the game. They were not afraid of criticism. He finished his speech by asking the players, uphold the game in such a way as to make it the only game.
When you think about how long rugby union didn't really pay their players and how long they just took all of the money from gate takings and everything, it's kind of crazy that they didn't end up with the greatest war chest in all of sporting history. Where did the money end up going? It's really crazy.
It is. It's especially you think they'd been around for 30 years with no opposition.
Yeah. Up to this point, yeah.
And what they bought one ground, racing track.
Mm-hmm.
That's it.
Yeah, it's incredible.
March 28, an advert appears in newspapers regarding trial matches which are set to be played on that day at Rosebery Park. So Newtown and Glebe played their first ever rugby league games, and it's the first ever 13-a-side rugby league games played. Newtown won that match 3-0. This was followed by East versus South, which ended in a 6-6 draw. The timekeeper's bell for that match between East and South was kept by South Sydney Club, and it's the same bell that was rung when South took the field in the 2014 grand final.
Oh, nice. That's cool. I remember that.
Yeah. March 30, the Paddington Council receives a letter from the league which reveals they are open to amending their tender to use Hampton Oval for the 1908 season, allowing 50% of the gross takings and a guarantee of not less than 14 first-grade games. A brief discussion by the council essentially disregarded the letter. Adam and Dillon was keen to discuss the proposal, but the mayor shot back saying, "The league first offered 40%, then 45%, now 50%. But as the matter of the use of the ground has been settled at a previous meeting, any further offer was useless." They just shut it down completely. There's just no more use.
Yeah.
April 2, the Redfern Council hold a meeting whereby they discussed a letter they had received from Giltinan. The Redfern Oval had been in need of an 8-foot fence for a number of years. Giltinan offered to enclose the oval and to lease it for 3 years. He also offered to play at least 14 first-grade games each year at the ground, and the council would receive 20% of the gross receipts. The mayor received some pushback due to some aldermen being opposed to the fence and others not satisfied with the percentage of gate takings, and this revealed a second proposal from Giltinan whereby there would be no fence built, but the league would pay 50% of gross takings to the ground. Some councillors feared the initial proposal by the league would see them lose some ownership of the ground, while others noted that they didn't have the funds needed to enclose the ground, and having a fence meant that they could have other sports played at the venue, as well as securing it. So now they're undecided about what to do with their venue there at Redfern.
Mm-hmm.
On April 4, The Australian Star reports that a Balmain Possibles v Probables game will take place at Leichhardt Canal Ground, currently known as Blackmore Oval, which is the home of the oldest junior rugby league club in Australia, the Leichhardt Wanderers, and they were formed in 1911. Several try matches were played on the same day. Newtown beat West 10-0 and Norse and Glebe had a 3-3 draw at Rosebery Park. South beat East 11-6. Tom Costello officiated the first half and Ted Hooper in the second half, and that was played at the Agricultural Showground. On April 4, the Queensland Rugby Association is formed and it's affiliated with the New South Wales Rugby League. So the Queensland Rugby Association is for rugby league, but they are still amateur. None of those people are getting paid up there.
Mm-hmm.
April 7, a gathering of officials from many amateur sporting bodies in New South Wales converged at the Sports Club on Hunter Street regarding the status and promotion of amateur sport. The meeting was organised by the Amateur Swimming Association after they were approached by Giltinan inquiring as to whether they would consider rugby league to be amateur. This was a big meeting. So it had representatives from the following amateur sporting bodies: the Amateur Athletic Union of Australasia, New South Wales Rugby Union, New South Wales Cyclists Union, New South Wales Swimming Association, New South Wales Football League, which covered Aussie rules, the New South Wales Sports Club, New South Wales Lawn Tennis Association, New South Wales Baseball Association, Hockey Association, New South Wales Lacrosse Association, New South Wales Cricket Association, New South Wales Rowing Association, Public Schools Amateur Athletics Association, Sydney University Sports Union, Amateur Fishermen's Association, City and Suburban Rugby Association, the Great Public Schools Amateur Athletics Association, Hurling Association, New South Wales Amateur Athletics Association, New South Wales Country and Suburban Golf Council, the Wednesday Association, and the British Association Football.
I like that there was just an association for a day in the middle of the week. That was good.
That was nice. So there's a discussion here that goes on, and it's basically you get the impression very quickly that cricket is on the side of rugby league, and it makes sense because the two are very closely linked the whole way through. Obviously, Trumper and Giltinan both coming from cricket, and the system that rugby league was planning to use was the same as cricket. So cricket had a vested interest in rugby league being seen in the right light because it would have impacted how cricket was also portrayed.
Yeah.
So the first piece of business, and probably the most important one, was the letter from Giltinan suggesting that the league should have 3 delegates in attendance because the New South Wales Rugby Union had been invited. Giltinan added that now that the union's platform was practically the same as the league's, it was thought that the latter should have had equal rights with the union. Giltinan was informed by letter that the matter had to be discussed at the conference first. Monty Noble asked, was Rugby League invited to send delegates? Mr. Taylor from the Swimming Association said no. Noble, was there any reason? The Rugby League wrote to the Swimming Association asking for affiliation, and it was decided that the request could not be granted as under its own rules the league was a professional body. Can you tell me, Mr. Chairman, what is the difference between the Rugby League and the Rugby Union? The Rugby Union is an amateur body controlling amateur sport, while the league is an organisation which provides that men can receive compensation for loss of salary or time. Anybody controlling sport that reimburses a player for loss of time for playing that sport is therefore a professional body. That is the Swimming Association's interpretation. Of course, it is for this conference to determine. Then Mr. Colquhoun from the Tennis Association said, Rugby League be requested to furnish evidence to the conference entitling it to be considered as an amateur body before being admitted. That was seconded by the Rowing Association. Monty Noble from cricket said, this conference, I take it, has to determine who is an amateur and who is a professional. The rugby union should be asked if it is an amateur body. It's worth noting, Monty Noble, for those who don't know, was also a test cricketer, and he would have been very good friends and a teammate of Victor Trumpers for quite a long time as well. So he's probably got a fair bit of inside information about what's going on with rugby union at the same time.
And the other thing to keep in mind here is that all of these amateur sporting bodies have just seen the rugby union amateur sporting body being swept aside by the professional rugby league that's been set up. And depending on the decisions that they make in this meeting, they could very well see professional sporting bodies do the same thing to their own sports and undermine their own ability to have control over those sports. So they've got a vested interest already in everything they come up with out of this meeting.
Yes, there's also the always lurking shamateurism.
Mm-hmm.
And for those who don't know, that's where even though a sport is amateur, secret payments or inducements are given to people anyway that are off the record. So a good example is what happened with rugby union in France in the 1920s and 1930s, where players would just come back from playing a game of football and they'd just be cashing their boots.
Yeah.
That sort of thing. So after Noble said, is the rugby union an amateur body? Mr. McMahon from the New South Wales Rugby Union said the same point might be raised against all bodies. Mr. Horniman from the rowing then mentioned that the allowances that Rugby League was providing for its players was much greater than those that Rugby Union offered, and that was reason enough to prove that the league was professional. He then moved that due to the league clearly being professional, it cannot be admitted to the conference. Colquhoun then asked to have his motion withdrawn as he was unaware of what Mr. Horniman just revealed. Mr. Dugan from swimming said the ruling only said a player may receive. There was a good deal of may receive in connection with amateurism. I think the league should be allowed to have delegates to define its position. Noble piped up, I cannot see that any of the rugby leagues are professionals. A man who played a game at considerable inconvenience and loss and was reimbursed, was he to be called a professional? I do not think so. A player who was allowed 10 shillings a day for loss of time was only receiving what was reasonable for the loss of salary while playing football or any other game. It is not fair that a man should be called a professional who is reimbursed for loss while playing any game. He did not think it was expected that a man who played any game should suffer a loss thereby. If this is the definition of an amateur, I do not think much of it. I move that as an amendment that the league be allowed to send 3 delegates who should have the same voting power as all the other delegates here. Very well said, Mr. Noble.
Yeah.
Australian Rules representative seconded Noble's amendment and added, this conference has to determine what is an amateur. The constitution of any other body except that of the league had not been considered. The league claims to be an amateur body, and as this conference has not inquired into the constitutions of all the other bodies represented, it should not particularise the league in that matter. From the Rowing Association, they stated that the conference was not dubbing league as professional. They had done that themselves in its own advertisements. The league had only come into existence to introduce professionalism into the rugby game. The motion to refuse the league from having representatives in the committee was carried 30 votes to 15.
It's interesting now, all this time later, to think about all of these sporting organisations in Sydney that were trying to use their power at the time to basically, push against the rugby league. And now you look down the line and you think about how many times bigger rugby league in Sydney is compared to all of those sports combined.
Yeah. And the two that really stood up for rugby league was cricket, obviously, and Australian rules.
Yeah. And Australian rules, of course, like the in Melbourne, they were starting to go towards a professionalism anyway in Aussie rules. They were one of the sports across the world, along with rugby league, that were the first ones that took steps to become professional sports. So they probably saw the writing on the wall in their own sport from what was going on in Melbourne. So that's probably why they supported it too. And there's also that affiliation between AFL and cricket, and of course cricket and rugby league and stuff. So there would have been a lot of mixing between the officials and just knowing one another and what was going on with one another's sport.
Absolutely, especially with the cricket had a very, very strong presence in how a lot of the sports are run, because they were often not contested with, and still to this day they don't have much competition when they're playing their sport.
Yeah.
So they've always had a lot of power when it comes to sporting administration, I guess would be the way to look at it.
Mm-hmm.
April 8th, the league reveals it is issuing season tickets, admitting holders to all grounds and stands for league matches. This was noted in some newspapers as a new idea in Sydney football. Later that night, the Queensland Rugby Union hold their annual meeting. In it, they agreed that any league players are to be deemed professionals and anybody affiliated with the league will also be deemed professionals. The following day, April 9, the New Zealand All Golds arrive in Sydney having completed their maiden tour of Britain. Messenger was one of the first to disembark the ship, and the media said he looked 2 stone bigger and 2 stone stronger bigger.
Wow.
The All Golds were met by Giltinan, Hoyle, Trumper, George Boss, Horan Miller, and a number of other rugby league supporters. Messenger said that the public will not wish to see anything better than the Northern Union game, which is faster and simply brilliant. So fast is it that he stated, "No loafers wanted."
That's something that we kept on saying for the next 100 years too.
That's right. Messenger also corrected the media reports that the players each made 150 pounds. And he said, it was nearer to 350 pounds.
Whoa.
Fellow All-Gold player Hercules Wright, what a name, added that some of the grounds were severely impacted by the cold weather. Some had to be completely covered in straw for several days before the game, while their match in Aberdare in Wales had 4 tons of salt poured into the ground to melt the snow.
I bet that felt good on cuts.
That would have been fantastic. Oh, man. Messenger was repeatedly offered deals by English clubs, most notably from Wigan and Oldham, but he refused them all. George Smith accepted an offer to stay and play for Oldham. Lance Todd signed with Wigan, and Duncan McGregor started a business in Wigan. Hercules Wright said he would be providing assistance to Tom Costello in refereeing one of the trials that following weekend, while fellow New Zealand player Thomas Cross will assist George Boss in another trial. All players will be given extra training in Northern Union methods and a better grasp of the rule differences. So now we've got the New Zealand team are coming over and they're going to basically train all the Australian guys on all of the finer points of playing rugby league.
Yeah, and it would have been a real injection of enthusiasm because most of what has been talked about in rugby league in Sydney up to this point is really the theory side of it. There's been very few games. And now you've got these guys coming back over from England and they're like, it's actually happened. We've done it and we've made a lot of money out of it and it's been fantastic. So it would have been awesome for these guys to come into this brand new rugby league system and this brand new rugby league community and basically filter into it to a certain extent because they're the living embodiment of what rugby league is.
Absolutely. And, they've just had a 30-odd plus game tour in some pretty trying conditions over there in England. So they've learnt how to play rugby league in the fastest and toughest way possible.
Mm-hmm.
April 10, a small group of Newcastle Rebel players gathered outside the Central Hotel in Newcastle in a rather impromptu yet vitally important meeting. 15 players had agreed to form a team to compete in the New South Wales Rugby League, but they had nothing to write their declarations on. Jerry Bailey saved the day when he produced the back of a cigarette packet, which they wrote their names on and presented to Giltinan, and with that, Newcastle became the 8th club. Giltinan agreed to pay all of their travel costs to play their games in Sydney.
That feels very Newcastle Rugby League, even to this day.
It's fantastic. I love that story.
It is, yeah.
April 11, there was some more trial games. South and North had a 3-3 draw at the Sir Joseph Banks Oval. Newtown Probables beat their possible side 8-0 at Rosebery Park. West defeated Glebe 10-9 at the Ashfield Rec Ground. And East beat Balmain 18-11 at Birchgrove Oval. Also, Dinny Lucky, Arthur Hennessy and Alex Burden have been named as the New South Wales selectors. Mickey Dorr and Jack Fahaley are the Queensland selectors. They will join together to select the Australian sides throughout the year and the touring squad for England at the end of the season. April 13, quotes from Daily Messenger of the Sydney Morning Herald. All I can say is that I'm going to stick to the league. I know nothing of the state of affairs here, and so I can't say anything about that. He was asked about a rumour which stated that he was paid by the Rugby Union for his trip to Queensland in 1907. Daly replied, "It's all rot for people to say that I received money in Queensland. I never received money for playing then, nor have I yet done so. Even on this last trip, we were paid a certain amount each. It was all speculation, and we had to work mighty hard to make it a good one. I believe I am classed as a professional, though, as I once tried to join the amateur swimmers and was kept out owing to the fact that I had won a race in a canoe." April 16, the New South Wales Rugby League meeting decided to grant life membership to the committee and all players involved in the 3 games against New Zealand in 1907. The same meeting also decided to admit the press to all future meetings. April 7th.
Well, they'd been transparent, so transparent through everything, and I guess
Exactly.
It was a way to stop speculation in the media. It's like, let them in, let them see what we're doing, let them see what we're talking about,
and let them ask questions, and we'll answer them on the spot.
Yeah,
it was great. Now the next one is another great Australian rugby league tradition, which you love. April 17, the North Sydney Club organises a heavyweight boxing tournament for footballers with money raised to contribute to a liberal prize list, and the remains go to the club's coffers. The Australian newspaper publishes the 1908 Rugby League season fixture list. It has all 8 sides playing each other twice for a total of 14 rounds, with a final round being played on September 12. Now, this raises a question as to whether Gildan had confirmation that a tour to UK was to go ahead, as the season final would have been played on September 26. And if players left by boat that day after, they probably would have arrived in UK on November 27 at the earliest. Month and a half after their actual tour arrived there. So, interesting.
Yeah.
But yeah, the boxing.
Yeah, I didn't realise it went back that far, and it's funny how some things have just stuck around in rugby league for over a century.
Traditionalists, that's what we are.
Yeah. I'll have to look at it now in a completely different light. No?
Yeah, be very pro boxing now.
Yeah. I'll be like, they should be doing it all the time. We've always done it.
That's right. April 18, the final round of trial games. Glebe beats West 10-4 at Rosebery Park. Balmain and Newtown have a 6-all draw at Birchgrove. East beat North 14-7 also at Birchgrove. South defeat Newcastle 22-6 at Wentworth Park. This is the first ever game of rugby league played by the Newcastle side. Some reports suggest that a pack of cards was used to help teach the Newcastle players about player positions and scrum formation. The match was a mix of game and education purposes for the Newcastle side. That information I got from the SSRL Almanac website. If you're a South Sydney fan especially, check it out. It is phenomenal.
Yeah, that's one of the old school rugby league websites. It's been around for a long time.
Yeah, I'm not even a South Sydney fan, man. I love it because they cover so much history stuff. He's got annual reports from the club going back as far as you can possibly find, and they are fantastic to read as well.
That's
so
awesome.
Definitely check it out. Also on April 18, a letter to the editor of the Sydney Morning Herald made a very salient point. It asked that if rugby league was played by professionals and therefore they are all banned from all amateur sports, how come professional runners have been allowed to play rugby union? It was also mentioned that a professional cyclist was allowed to compete in amateur rowing, yet they were all quick to pass judgment on a game that hasn't even played an official match yet. So now it's April 20. We've finally hit the big day. Rugby league in Australia is basically born because this is when round 1 of the inaugural season kicks off. It's April 20. It's Easter Monday. Big occasion.
Just a great moment for sport all around the world.
It certainly is. And one of the interesting things about this very first round is with all the fanfare about getting Daly Messenger on board, and he was in Sydney at the time, didn't play in round 1 in first grade. He actually lined up for the Roosters, the Tricolours as they were known. He lined up for them in reserve grade.
I wonder how many people were upset about that at the time.
No one was upset because I don't think they were aware that he was going to be playing in this game at all. Because apparently he turned up to the ground to watch his brother playing in reserve grade. And he was spotted in the stands by club officials, apparently. And they said, "Oh, we really need you to come out and play in reserve grade. We're running a few plays short." And he's like, No, I'm just here to watch. And they eventually badgered him into playing. So he ran onto the field and the east side blitzed their opponents. And he was apparently setting up tries and stuff like that. And I think one source was saying that he was only playing in his own half. So as soon as he got to the halfway, just passed the ball to somebody else and let them take over.
Awesome.
As with schooling. So, yeah, his first ever game of rugby league in Australia was in reserve grade. which I find absolutely fascinating.
Mm.
So on this day, East played Newtown. They won 32-16 at Wentworth Park. Newtown's Jack Scott is credited as scoring the first try and goal in rugby league history in Australia.
Mm-hmm.
Also in this game, Jono Stunt scored 4 tries for the Roosters.
Wow. That's a pretty good start to a entire sport.
It really is.
It's not just the start to your career. It's like the start of an entire sport in a country.
That's right. Jack Scott got the first try and the first goal. Horry Miller, kicked the first field goal. So we had it all in the first game, even though East won 32-16. Still kicking field goals. Anyway. Why not? The disrespectful field goal was born on day one. So lining up, we'll just go through some of the key players here for the teams here. For Newtown, they had Jack Scott and Frank Cheadle in centres. Tedder Courtney, Harry Hamill, Bill Noble were on the forwards there. Some of the more prominent players for the Roosters. I keep saying Roosters. It's tricolours. That's what they were.
Yeah, they weren't the Roosters until the 40s, was it?
Probably later even.
40s, 50s?
Yeah. They got Jono Stunts, Dave Brown. That Dave Brown is not the one we all know of from the 30s who became an immortal. Mm-hmm. This is another one. He's got his own very, very unique story. He did end up playing for, I think, Australasia against the Maori team when they came over in 1909. Had a bit of a questionable life. We don't know too much about what went on with his life, but there was a few question marks over it. Anyway, he met with let's say, a lady of the night, essentially,
mm-hmm.
And married her and had kids with her. But a few times she got pregnant. He went over to England and played football over there while she was looking after the kids. And then he came back.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you were going to say?
I was going to say some things in rugby league have just always been there.
So after he went over there, he got himself a job back in Australia after coming back from England, where he had a very, very poor time playing over there. The media did not like much of his performances, even though he came over as a Kangaroo Test player, not that he really was one. So he didn't really live up to the hype that he's kind of made for himself, I guess. Got himself a job in the docks and was named in an engines team that played against a ship side over there. But that was pretty much the end of his career. Came back, worked at the Homebush railway station. And on Christmas Eve in 1910, while he was attending to the lights at the station, he had an accident and fell into a passing train. Suffered a multitude of injuries. He was taken to the Royal Prince Alfred Hospital but died shortly after admission.
Wow.
His mother wrote a letter to the Barrow Club, who played for over in England. Mm-hmm. And she told them of the tragic news. And in that letter, she described him as, and I quote, a troubled boy.
Yeah. Wow.
His fourth child was born the following year.
Jeez.
Quite a tumultuous story, that guy. And it's a very intriguing story more than anything else.
Yeah.
Also playing for the Tricolours that day, Dan Frawley, Albert Rosenfeld, Lou Del Puget, Lou Jones, Larry O'Malley, Bob Mabel, Herb Brackenridge, Sandy Pearce, Harry Flegg. They had a great forward pack.
Wow, there's a lot of very famous names in that side.
And Horry Miller on the bench was a very, very good player as well.
Mm-hmm.
So that game kicked off at 2:00. So there was only 4 games played in these rounds for a long time. Mm-hmm. And in 1908, you had 2 games played on one ground and 2 games played on another ground. So 2 games kicked off at 2:00. There was this one. The other one was North Sydney versus South Sydney at Birchgrove Oval.
Oh, okay. I was going to say where was the other ground, but yeah.
Yeah. So South won this game 11-7 for the what were they called it? The Northern? Were they just the Northern? I can't remember. I think they were just called North. They had Albert Broomham, Jim Devereaux, Sid Dean, Ed Boland, Harry Glanville, Fred Nodding, Dennis Lucky, also known as Dinny, in their side. And for South, they were just full of stars. Arthur Conlon, Ed Fry, Tommy Anderson, Arthur Butler, Jack Levison, Harry Butler, Jim Davis, Johnny Rosewell, Arthur Hennessy, Yeah, they were a star-studded side.
Wow.
The second games at these venues, so the second game at Birchgrove was between Balmain and West, and Balmain won this game 24-0, which meant they were the first team to be on the top of the ladder.
Ah, excellent. That must make you very happy being a former, well, I keep on going to say West Tigers, but Balmain Tigers fan.
Yes, it absolutely does. It's a great part of the club's history. Have that honour to be the first team to be first on the ladder. And sadly, it also means that for West, they were also the first team to be last on the ladder.
Oh, no.
So for the West team, they didn't have a huge amount of big name players there. They did have Jim Abercrombie, though, who ended up going on the Kangaroo Tour at the end of the year.
Mm-hmm.
For Balmain, they had quite a few notable players there, most notably like Joe Regent, Alf Latter, Alf Dobbs, and Bob Graves. So they were pretty dominant in that game. I think it might have given a lot of Watersiders fans, as they were known then, probably a bit of false hope, seeing how well they went in that game, because they didn't live up to it for the rest of the season.
I've never heard the nickname Watersiders.
Yeah, they had a few names. They were also the Balmaniacs for a while because of all the complaining they used to do.
It would have been cool if they had have called themselves the Watersiders going forward. Like that would have been a really unique name for a football team. It
would have been, yeah. And the final game, also played at Wentworth, was Glebe versus Newcastle, and Glebe won that game 8-5. For the Glebe side, they had just looking at Arthur Halloway, Pony Halloway, Peter Moyer, Alec Burden, among a few others that were sort of lifelong players there. Tom McCabe, another one. And for Newcastle, we've got Artie Coleman, Ernie Patfield, Stan Carpenter was in there as well. They hadn't quite got Pat Walsh in Australia at this stage to line up for them, but some talk suggests that the Newcastle side wore red and white because that was the colour of the Carlton club that Pat Walsh played for when he was playing rugby union.
Mm-hmm.
And a lot of these players were very sympathetic to his cause and the drama that happened around him, which we've discussed in previous episodes. So it's very interesting there. So that's basically the first round of games. So after all that time, we finally got to those first games. We had 2 games at Birchgrove, 2 games at Wentworth. The only other venue they used for the year was the agricultural ground.
Okay.
So no one really had like legitimate home teams at this stage. You're just playing on whatever game we had, whatever venues we had available.
I guess that makes sense. The one question I do have is Newcastle didn't play any games in Newcastle?
No.
That's interesting. I've never really thought about that. I just assumed they played in Newcastle.
No, they played all their games in the first season in Sydney. When they were playing in the 1909 season,
mm-hmm.
they did play 3 games in Newcastle.
And did they play them at what is the current Newcastle ground, or was that at a different venue?
No, this is a different one. This is called the Newcastle Showgrounds.
Okay.
It's not far away.
Yeah.
Yeah. Might even be close to the same block of land for part of the current venue. I'm not too sure on that.
You know what? It might be like right next door.
Yeah. So they played all of their games. Actually, it says here they did play 1 game at Newcastle against East.
Okay.
Yeah. They may have done.
I mean, it was such a long journey for whoever, like even for the Newcastle team coming down from Newcastle. That was a journey for them because they would have gone by probably train. So, it was a fairly ambitious move to have a team from Newcastle at all.
Yeah. So it looks like when they played, because they did play against the touring New Zealand side when they came back.
Mm-hmm.
So the New Zealand team that went over and toured England, after they came back to Australia for a little bit at the start of our season, they then went back to New Zealand and they came back in June, like a few months later, for just a tour to Australia.
Mm-hmm.
And then the Maori side came like a month after that. So when those 2 sides came over, This Newcastle team that was playing in the New South Wales Rugby League competition played against that New Zealand side. They also played against the Maori side. The other teams competing in the premiership didn't have to play these rep games.
Oh, okay.
So, yeah, Newcastle played quite a lot of games.
I guess that comes down to like it being a regional, especially at the time, a regional venue, and they were like, who can they play? Well, let's get them playing the premiership team.
Yeah. So that was how, sorry, I got a reference to, that was what they had to do in 1909. It was all part of their promoting the game and trying to get the game to grow in Newcastle because, as we've discussed already, that there was already a fair bit of struggle, I guess, with the league trying to get a foothold outside of Sydney, and they had a bit of pushback in Newcastle. So they're trying to use this Newcastle team, try and get them a bit of publicity in Sydney and hoping that sort of spreads up northwards to Newcastle and tries to build a bit more of a fan base behind them.
And once again, really forward thinking. Like you think of them thinking along those lines all the way back then.
Yeah.
And it was a really smart move.
It was all about promotion and expansion because they knew without it, if they were just going to be in Sydney, they were going to get squashed by rugby union in the end. They needed to expand in order to grow some sort of foothold nationwide. So they were constantly on that mindset the whole time. So yeah, we've been through the the drama with Daily Messenger lining up for East there. In that reserve game that East played, they beat Newtown 47-5.
Wow.
He was dominant. Okay, so the following day, it was decided rather hastily that a ninth team was going to be admitted. It wasn't going to be St. George, who were very, very, highly likely going to get put into the competition. They'd been told no. And they got told no basically because they said, we're going to have an odd number of teams. Now all of a sudden it's odd number, doesn't matter. Which was weird. But
yes.
The ninth team was going to be known as Cumberland. However, it wasn't to represent the Cumberland area. This side comprised of 27 disgruntled members of the Western Suburbs Rugby Union team that had broken away. So now the Western Suburbs team that's playing in the New South Wales Rugby League is basically the Cumberland reserve grade team, or the Western Suburbs reserve grade team that was in Rugby Union.
Mm-hmm.
And the Cumberland team is the West first grade team that was in Rugby Union.
It's a strange situation.
It really was. It really was. So this is where, unlike a lot of the other teams where they were breaking away because of what they deemed to be unfairness, these two broke away because of a disagreement between those two teams. And yet in the end, most of them came across anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So the Cumberland Club was formed in a meeting held at the Horse and Jockey Hotel in Homebush. The league decided not to admit them into the first grade competition. Rather, they wanted the Cumberland side to be affiliated with the current West Rugby League team to help strengthen their roster, especially after they'd just seen West get beat 24-0 the day before.
Mm.
So they're sort of up in the air at this stage. Cumberland has been formed, but they want them to merge with West before they join them into the comp. So it's kind of like, okay, we've created this extra team. We now have 9 teams. It's almost like they're trying to be on both sides of the fence. We still only want 8 teams in the comp, but now we've got 9 teams. It's, I guess for them, it'd be along the lines of, we're not going to say no to any players or clubs that want to come across because we need all of them.
Mm-hmm.
So that's pretty much what they've done there, I guess. April 22, the Redfern Council agreed to the New South Wales Rugby League's offer to lease Redfern Oval for 3 years, and in return, the league would enclose the venue and pay 25% of gross gate takings. The league also agreed to pay 14 first-grade games per year at the ground. The motion was narrowly carried by 6 votes to 4. Now, New Zealand, with Daily Messenger in their side, defeat Newcastle 53-6 at the Newcastle Showground in a game played under rugby union rules. Again, still trying to get league over there. So, because they're not, they're still able to and willing to play rugby union there to still try and push the cause wherever they can.
That's interesting. I mean, I guess their point of view was probably, look, if we show we've got professional rugby players and we worry about the rule set second. And so we can promote this as come and see rugby, but then it's the professional version of it, and then you worry about the rules later on going forward.
That's right, yeah. April 25 was round 2 of the league. Now, 3 games were played this time, one at Birchgrove, one at Wentworth, one at Agricultural Showground. Because Newcastle had taken a team to play against the New Zealand side, they didn't have any players available to come back and play their game. And so it meant that East and Newcastle both did not play in this round 2 match. And it just stayed that way. A week later, Cumberland were made to play in a trial game against East. And it was basically to see if they were competitive enough to be in the league.
Mm-hmm.
They lost the game 18-4. However, it was deemed that it was a satisfactory enough result, and they were admitted into the competition as a standalone entity in time for the remainder of the second round. So their trial game here was the lead-up match to the game between New South Wales and New Zealand, which the New South Wales team won 18-10. And this was Daly Messenger's first game of first-class rugby league in an Australian team because he lined up for New South Wales in this match.
Mm-hmm.
Gotta have a quick drink. Okay. Also on May 2, the proprietor of the Victoria Park Racecourse, Sir James Joynt Smith, holds the first motor car race meeting in New South Wales at his racecourse.
Oh, wow. That's interesting. It's interesting that it was that late. A lot of places had motor racing before 1908.
Yeah. As part of the event, Joynt Smith had his racehorse run against an 86 HP Darrick car, and the car won comfortably.
You know what? When I think about the way that Sydney Roads started, it actually makes a lot of sense that it took a long time to have a race course for cars in Sydney.
Oh, man. On May 6, a follow-up meeting of the amateur bodies was held whereby they defined amateurism in sport and immediately raised some issues within some of the amateur bodies present in the meeting. The sports most affected are golf, cricket, and the Football League, which is Aussie rules. On the agreed definition, the New South Wales Cricket Association needs to produce a list of players who receive more than the allowance provided by the newly agreed definition so that those players can be stamped as professionals. As the game is still deemed amateur, it will be allowed for professionals and amateurs to play alongside and against one another. Very interesting decision.
Yeah, and like you can see that this back and forth between what is amateur and what is professional sport is now so twisted and turned, and it's just a very strange situation now.
It's almost like they're trying to find a way to have these other sports still compete without any hindrance, but still somehow try and make some sort of definition for professionalism that is enough of a definition to outlaw rugby league.
Yeah, like they're trying to have their cake and eat it too, basically.
That is exactly what it is. But they're stuck because they all know that there's shamateurism existing in nearly all the sports.
Yeah, it's almost as though like it's over and they know it's all over, but they're still trying to hold on to something, you know? It's very strange.
Aussie Rules was deemed to be a professional body. It has no place in the list of amateur organisations for the simple reason that by its constitution it admits professionalism and further provides for payments to cover loss of time. It was agreed, though, that if cricket, league football, which was soccer at the time, and rugby league would modify their constitutions to fall in line with the now clearly defined and agreed upon amateurism rules, they would be included as an amateur sport. Golf was excluded, not so much because it failed to be amateur, but more that it wasn't deemed to be an entirely team game. The committee also stated that if golf wished to be considered fully amateur, then there must be no open tournaments or championships in which professional and amateur golfers meet. The meeting concluded quite simply with the statement, a professional in one sport is a professional in every sport.
Except for. ... Yeah.
May 6th, New South Wales beats New Zealand 13-10. Albert Baskerville lined up for New Zealand in this game, just his second appearance for the All Golds. The earlier match was the New South Wales Possibles v Probables match, which the Probables won 16-6. 3 days later, a letter to the editor of the Arrow newspaper asks, "Wouldn't rugby union be a better game if the number of forwards was reduced to 7?"
Yes.
After just 19 days of rugby league competition, spectators are already seeing opportunities to improve rugby union.
Yeah. It happened quickly. At least that died down. Oh, no, it hasn't. It still goes to this day. They'll catch on eventually.
They will. It's only been a few years.
Yeah.
Also the same day, the first test match played by Australia in Rugby League sees them go down narrowly to New Zealand 11-10 at the Agricultural Showground. The Australian team wore sky blue jumpers of New South Wales, but with the large letter A and a kangaroo on the emblem, and was almost identical to the New South Wales side that played New Zealand 3 days prior, but it included 3 Queenslanders, McLean, Dorr and Tubman, who replaced Stunts, Butler and Davis.
Now that's interesting because I thought the first jersey that Australia wore were horizontal stripes and it was light blue and maroon.
There you go, eh?
Yeah, I didn't realise that it was basically just a sky blue jersey.
So the thing that I find interesting too about this is that they had a kangaroo on the emblem already, but they hadn't been referred to as kangaroos.
Yeah, they didn't officially call them the Kangaroos until what? It was something like
it was later in this year.
Yeah. But like the test team, like the Kangaroos going to on a Kangaroo Tour were the Kangaroos, but full time. They weren't called the Kangaroos until like 2000 or something ridiculous.
Yeah, only the touring sides were known as Kangaroos.
Yeah,
that's right. And they kind of did that so as to create a point of difference between them and the rugby union team because they also didn't have a emblem either.
Mm-hmm.
So both sides was kind of figuring this out, sort of en route to England, and we'll get to that later on. This is how they hastily come about those decisions. But late in this match, Massa Johnson was sent off after he accidentally hit Arthur Hennessy with his elbow and knocked him out.
Wow. Is that the first send-off in Australian Rugby League history?
Yes.
Wow.
And it's a New Zealander. The earlier match, the match leading into this game, was the first ever game played by Cumberland in the Premiership, and they went down to South 23-2. On May 11, the league completes arrangements for a visit of the New Zealand Maori side. But for later on in this year, literally it was only about 2 to 3 months later that they turned up. And they're still organising these as the season's going on.
That's amazing. And we did a whole episode of that Maori tour as well that you can listen to in the back catalogue.
The following day, the Queensland Rugby Union deems that Mickey Dorr, Doug McLean and Bob Tubman have all forfeited their amateur status for representing the Australian Rugby League team in their first test against New Zealand. Which was odd because Rugby League didn't exist in Queensland at the time.
Mm-hmm.
Their first season was the following year in 1909,
mm-hmm.
but it was a strictly amateur competition anyway. So you kind of, I don't know what it meant for these guys at the time. Well, they probably just went, you know what, everyone else is getting banned, who cares?
Yeah, I mean, so many were banned at that point, wasn't it?
That's right. On May 13, Daily Messenger was interviewed for the Australian Town and Country Journal, and he gave some insights. And this is a quote from him. "This new game demands that a man must have condition, and to get that, he must train. I never trained in the old game, but I have to now." He also revealed that he was set to travel to Brisbane to play with the New Zealand side against Queensland and then for Australia against the All Golds, but is nursing some mild back and knee injuries and has opted to rest in order to get back into playing sooner.
Wow. So, I mean, he was feeling the demands straight away.
Yeah, and mind you too, I mean, he'd been on that that All Golds tour that lasted months.
Yeah.
And then come back and I suppose too, I mean, he did say though that he didn't have to train anywhere near as much for the rugby union game.
Yeah.
And we heard there was comments by Arthur Hennessy saying that this was a game for racehorses.
Mm-hmm.
So they all saw how much faster it was going to be before they actually genuinely played the game or even saw it being played. They just looked at the rules and went, wow.
It's interesting because, like, the rules, they were still pretty interchangeable back then. Like, they weren't at the what we see now, the big differences we see now, you know? So, and yet they were already feeling it back then and being able to see where this was going.
Yeah.
And how much more demanding the sport of rugby league was going to be and was being on them. So, and it was also a better game to watch straight away.
Yeah. May 14, the New Zealand team arrived in Brisbane via ship. Their tour organiser and player, Albert Baskerville, though, got off the ship not feeling very well. The following day, Victor Trumper reveals that the latest financial statement for the league shows the code to be very sound financially. The New Zealander Massa Johnson is exonerated from the time he was sent off for striking Arthur Hennessy. So we don't have a suspended player yet. A public protest takes place at the Redfern Town Hall in opposition to the Redfern Council agreeing to the league taking out a long-term lease, which would in turn lead to a much-needed security fence being erected around the ground. One of the members had a sign that read, "Our objective, to retain public parks or recreation grounds for ourselves and our children. Their objective, to obtain public parks for privileged people, sports and profit." It's not real punchy as a chant.
Yeah, it's hard to chant in a crowd. It's understandable why they didn't want to see that happen, though. I mean, we think of grounds like that very differently these days, but back then, you know, you could go out there and walk on them and stuff, and you know, those days have long been gone, except for Manly's stadium, and that only just changed a few years ago.
Yeah. Interesting though, it's that they waited so long to try and push back against it, and yeah, it was one of the things like we saw with some of the other very entertaining other meetings where some of the other councillors were just very vocal, very, very vocal in meetings.
Mm.
For Redfern, they seem to the people just seem to just wait a little bit and went, yeah, no, maybe this is not really good. They're a bit sort of not as passionately motivated about the decision, it seemed.
Yeah.
Also on May 15, after having some extensive rest, Baskerville improved in health and was feeling a lot better, so much so that he took part in a training run, hoping to make himself available for the match against Queensland the following day. I like how humble this guy was. Like, yeah. He's the tour organizer and selector, but he still wants to try and prove that he's going to get selected. He's going to earn his right in there. Oh, love the guy. On May 16, the third round of the NRL was played. We had our first draw. Balmain and Newtown played a 13-all draw. The Balmain-Newtown game, though, it took place at Birchgrove Oval. However, the North Shore versus Balmain Rugby Union game was also scheduled to take place at the same venue at the same time. Mm-hmm. And while both sides arrived in time to play, the league game was given preference, leaving Union officials no option but to abandon their game. A number of the Union players stayed and watched the league game anyway. So this would have been because of the mistreatment that the Birchgrove Oval officials felt at the hands of Rugby Union. So when they actually had an option between League and Union, they're just gone, League gets the game.
Yeah, yeah. And I guess too, like at the end of the day, money was going to talk, wasn't it?
Of course. Meanwhile, up in Brisbane at the exhibition ground, Queensland was soundly beaten by New Zealand 34-12. Referee William Beattie was praised glowingly for his performance. And here's a quote. It says, "Mr. Beattie umpired in fine style and not a growl at his decisions was heard. He was in snowy amateur lily white from top to toe and looked beautiful. It is said to think that his head will fall beneath the QRU axe on Monday evening, next 8 at sharp."
Oh, jeez.
May 16, the Clarence and Tweed Rugby Union bodies protest against the appointment of Arthur Anlazar of Lismore as the solitary selector of the team to represent the Tweed, Richmond and Clarence Rivers in Sydney at Country Week. That's a mouthful.
Mm.
The concern was that he will be forced to select the team without getting the opportunity to seeing all of the players beforehand. Many of the players are seriously considering switching to the league code.
It's really weird how at this point in time, like any grievance that's going on in rugby union is now met with, well, we'll just switch to rugby league. It doesn't take much at all.
Now that it's there and people have seen it and they're like, okay, this is no longer just rumors and hearsay. This is now a tangible thing that exists.
Yeah. And I guess the other thing to remember too is like players and officials and whatnot in rugby union who have been butting heads with officials for so long, because they have that alternative, they're just ready to go anyway. And that's why it takes so little for them to say, I'm out of here. We're not doing this anymore, and switching to rugby league.
Yep. May 17, New Zealand's manager, Albert Baskerville, who hasn't been well now for 3 days, comes down with a rather severe bout of influenza, which then quickly develops into pneumonia. He's admitted into the Victoria private hospital. And 3 days later, New Zealand hammers Brisbane 43-10. However, immediately after the match, while the players are still in the change rooms, they get word that Baskerville's condition has deteriorated so sharply that they're very concerned about his mortality.
Far out.
They all leave the ground, some players still in their playing gear, and quickly travel to the hospital where they found Baskerville unconscious. He passed away shortly after with his team around him. He was just 25 years old.
Wow, that's very sad, isn't it?
It really is. I've got a little bio here about him.
Mm-hmm.
Albert Henry Baskerville was born in Waikato in 1883. Just 15 days after he turned 20 years old, his father had been killed in an accident when doing some drainage works on Upper Queen Street in Auckland. He and some other workmen were working in a deep excavation when one side of it began to collapse. Men called out, but his father moved the wrong way and was buried up to his neck.
Far out.
He was quickly removed, but his injuries were too serious to survive. This left Albert as the main income earner for the family since then, and they moved to Wellington shortly afterwards. Later that year, in 1903, he played 2 rugby union games for Wellington. In the following year, he moved to the Oriental Club, where he became a regular. From 1903 to 1907, he competed in both senior competition rugby and running, where he was adept as a short and middle distance sprinter. In 1907, he narrowly missed out on provincial representative honours. He then published a book called Modern Rugby Football, New Zealand Methods, Points for the Beginner, the Player and the Spectator, which made him somewhat of a household name in the New Zealand sporting circles. He then capitalised on his notoriety from this book to begin planning to send a team of professional players to travel to England. He contacted the English Northern Union and asked if they would host a visiting New Zealand professional side, to which they agreed. Before this information went public, though, Baskerville severed all ties with the Oriental Club and left his job at the Postal Department to focus all his time and energy into building a squad and organising their tour. So the Australian Star newspaper wrote about him after his passing. Mm-hmm. He was the promoter and organiser of the professional rugby movement in New Zealand. He alone made all the arrangements for the great tour just completed by the All Blacks. He fought unaided the powerful New Zealand Rugby Union. He, however, was not to be denied and stuck to his guns and formed up a team composed of the cream of New Zealand football. He was a fine stamp of an athlete, standing well on towards 6 feet and splendidly proportioned. His weight in training was about 13 stone or 83 kilos. He was the ideal rugby footballer and one of the best judges of the game in New Zealand, as well as a very able coach and writer. His well-known book, Modern Rugby Football, has been and still is widely read.
I wonder if you can still get a copy of that book.
I think there might be reprinted copies of it. I know some of it was actually printed and published in newspapers at the time, sections of it. Mm-hmm. But yeah, I'll have a look and see if I can find it.
That'd be interesting to read, and just to see how much things have changed in terms of the perspective somebody would have on the game.
Absolutely. So William Massa Johnson said this about Baskerville. He was a masterful man with big ideas. A man like that always feels that he must do something, and there in one hit you have a reason why a professional team ever went to England. As a player, we did not know his worth until far on in the tour. We had an idea that since he was doing so much secretarial work, it would be unfair to play him, and it was not until the St Helens match that he was asked to put on the jersey. In that match, he gave a fine exhibition of three-quarter play and scored 2 tries. And that was the very last game of the tour. Mm-hmm. He also goes on to mention that they were already looking forward to taking the team to America as they were leaving England on their way back to Australia. And that was going to be his next goal, was to take the game to the US.
Isn't it interesting that you've got this guy who has all of these ideas about the game and is thinking about it from a very big perspective rather than just an on-field perspective. And he's got the ability to play amongst those players, but he's so focused on the off-field and promoting the sport that he's willing to take a step back and do all of that unless really called upon by his teammates. That's a very interesting person.
As I said, the humility and how humble he was, unbelievable. And he's just focus and drive to expand the game and to create it was just, he is the reason why rugby league exists in the Southern Hemisphere, because no one else bothered to bring it here.
Yeah.
It was all his doing. On May 22, his body was embalmed and transported to Sydney and was set to immediately depart for New Zealand, with 6 members of the All Golds team travelling back with his body. All members of the New South Wales Rugby League assembled at Sydney Central Station to pay tribute to him. Jay Henderson from the New South Wales Rugby Union was also in attendance to pay respects. The Queensland Rugby Union sent a large wreath to accompany Baskerville's casket. The New Zealand players all agreed to cancel the remaining matches of their tour, but as financial arrangements had already been made, it was deemed too difficult to go through with all of the trouble, so they hesitantly agreed to finish the remaining matches.
Oh, wow.
And the following day, round 4 was played in the New South Wales League.
So much happening already in the first month of rugby league.
Yeah. So all games from round 4, both league and rugby union had their respective flags at half-mast to pay respect to Albert Baskerville.
Oh, wow.
All players from all clubs in both codes wore black armbands as well. The Sydney Morning Herald stated, Mr. Baskerville was probably entitled to be considered as much as anyone else the founder of the new rugby in Australasia. On May 28, the Redfern Council meet to discuss their concerns of residents over the 3-year deal with the New South Wales Rugby League. Residents were concerned that this would mean that they would no longer be able to access the park with their children, given part of the deal with the league was to enclose the ground. And this is a key conversation at the meeting. The mayor says, all the Rugby League wanted was for the use of the park for 2 to 3 hours on 18 Saturdays each year. Mr. King replied, will our children be able to play on that area when games are not going on? The mayor replied, certainly. That is a thing I insist upon, and the improvements will make the park a much better and safer playground for the children. Mr. King replied, well, that does away with my principal objection.
Very straightforward.
I mean, it's like, we're not going to have this here. So, no, you can still play on there. Like, oh, okay.
Well, that actually seems reasonable, and I like it. Let's go with that.
Yeah, I hadn't considered the logic part of your argument. Queensland played their second game against New Zealand. This time, Dally Messenger played for them. His impact is profound as the match ends in a 12-all draw. So he's now played for New South Wales and Queensland, but he hasn't played for East yet.
And there wasn't a New South Wales player that played for Queensland until the 80s and 90s and noughties.
There you go.
I just made that up. That's not true.
That's not revisionist, is it?
No. I'm just bitter. That's what you call being bitter about Greg Inglis.
Nice. On May 29, a reception for the arrival of the Maori side arrives at St James Hall in Phillip Street, and the visitors perform a haka. After some discussion, a question was asked whether the Maori would play union or league, as they hadn't played league before. Gilton replied, they will have to play the 13-a-side game. No other could be played under the auspices of the league.
That's beautiful.
Opa Asher added, when we meet you on the field, we will give you a bad time. We have come over here to beat the Kangaroo.
Wow, that's beautiful as well. How good's all that?
I know, it's great. And the other thing too is, again, the Kangaroo is mentioned again in reference to Australia Rugby League side.
Yeah. I guess the thing is too, like we think about team names and logos very much as corporate entities these days, where back then it really was just a nickname.
That's right. So it is very interesting that I'm finding these references to kangaroos and the kangaroo animal stuff as I was going through, because I wasn't too sure when the kangaroo got attached to rugby league.
Mm-hmm.
So it's interesting, and I don't know how or why that started before they actually adopted the name Kangaroos on the tour later on.
Yeah, because I guess it could have very easily been attached to the Australian cricket team who had been, touring beforehand and the rugby union team as well. But for whatever reason, it stuck to the Australian Rugby League team.
Yeah, well, I think they just chose it first.
Yeah.
On May 30th, a Queenslander heavy Australian side plays their second test against New Zealand, and this is the first ever test match in Queensland at the Exhibition Showground. New Zealand wins the game 24-12. However, the New Zealand forward Con Burns suffers a broken arm during the match.
Oh, wow.
The same day, the league sends a telegram to Bill Heike on Thursday morning, which is the day before, informing him that he had been selected to play for Australia on Friday. Unfortunately, he didn't receive the telegram until the Friday afternoon and didn't have any time to catch a train from his home in Bundaberg to Brisbane in time to play the game. What a shame.
Yeah.
Also on the same day, round 5 of the league was played. On June 3, the Maoris have secured the services of New South Wales referee George Boss to help coach and instruct the players on understanding and playing under the new rules. It is reported that he has got so far into their good graces that they also made him an honorary chief. See, people, that's how you treat a referee. The following day, James Gilton has been appointed manager of the Australian touring team that will travel to England. I wonder who made that decision.
Yeah, I mean, who was above him? No one?
That's pretty much it. June 6th, Australia wins the third test against New Zealand. This is Australia's first ever win in test match football, and they won the game 14-9. It's also the last game of the All Golds Tour, which started out playing in rugby union against a small group of disgruntled rugby footballers in Sydney, then went on to playing a game in Sri Lanka, and to this day, it's still the only ever game played in Sri Lanka by, Australia, New Zealand, England, France, any of them. They toured England and Wales, returned to Australia and played the first rugby league games in Queensland, finishing where they began, having played a grand total of 49 games, winning 29, drawing 3 and losing 17.
It probably is the most epic tour that's ever been.
Yep.
That's ever happened in rugby league.
Clearly.
And there have been some epic tours after that too, but that is unbelievable what they did.
It really, really was. And the amount of time they were touring, the number of games they played, and the fact that they started touring playing one game of football and finished playing a different one.
Yeah.
That's pretty impressive. There was a rumour that Daily Messenger had agreed to travel with the All Golds back to New Zealand, but he declined at the last moment. And that was to go and be at the funeral for Baskerville.
Okay.
I'd almost be certain that the league would have said, look, we understand why, but we need you here for everything.
Yeah, at that stage, yeah.
On June 8th, the Maori become the first team to tour Australia. And this is, as in, that was their sole purpose, was to tour Australia, not like the New Zealand side who played a few games here, then went over to England.
Mm-hmm.
They played their first game in Sydney at the Agricultural Showground against New Zealand and lost 18-9. The league shared the profits of this match between the Maori side and Albert Baskerville's mother.
That's so nice.
Yeah. The Metropolitan Rugby Union agreed not to play any games on the day so as to allow the biggest possible gate for the match.
It's interesting that all of a sudden they're starting to not so much work with the rugby league, but at least treat it with a little bit of respect.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know if it's respecting league or just Baskerville himself.
Yeah.
Even though Baskerville went against what rugby union wanted.
Yeah.
There still seemed to be like this really strong, I don't know if it's somewhere between morality and respect where they're going, you know what, this guy passed away. We can't be having our fighting over the codes over this tragic moment. We've got to do the right thing by everybody. And it didn't seem like it was something that was debated or questioned. They just did it and everyone accepted it and it was just a nice gesture and it was just left at that.
Yeah.
So they got 25,000 people to the game.
Wow.
After the game, Henry Hall publicly stated, "I'd like to pay a tribute of gratitude and respect to the union for their fine behaviour in calling off all matches on the afternoon. that the game was played. As a benefit to the mother of Mr. Baskerville, we thank our friends and the enemy from the bottom of our hearts. I like the fact that he called them friends and enemy at the same time.
Yeah.
That's just lovely. The crowd was so great that they rushed the gates. The league president, Henry Hoyle, authorised the opening of another gate. However, he forgot to notify the Maori team management about the extra gate being open. Thus, they were unaware of the extra gate taking money. Hoyle stated that a gentleman with whom he had the utmost confidence, but didn't name who it was looking after the takings of the newly opened gate. However, the Maori saw none of the money from that gate. They later went to inspect the counter at the extra gate to try and ascertain how many people came through it and thus how much money they were owed, only to find that the counter had been removed.
Oh, wow.
That is actually a very key part. And as if you go through the Maori Tour episode we have, that's basically the core of all the drama that went on with that tour. And it impacted the tour the year after as well.
Mm-hmm.
On June 9, Albert Asher receives a letter from the solicitors of Mr. Robert McKechnie Jack. Jack stated that he was in correspondence with Albert Asher since October 2007 about bringing a team of Maori footballers to Sydney, and that in return for organising the games, venues and other events, he was to receive 5% of the Maori gate takings. Asher admitted conversations had taken place, but no agreement had been settled upon after he refused the offer. The letter from Jack's solicitors were very, very firm, very, very clear, and very demanding. And Asher replied to one on June 11 stating, in reply to your letter, I have to say that I make you a fair offer of 2.5% on the share of the first gate so that you should not be disappointed at not having an interest in the Maori Tour. I never agreed to pay you any commission. As you know, the team refused to agree to your terms. Therefore, I do not admit that you are entitled to receive anything out of the proceeds. If you are so obstinately bent on legal proceedings, you will please address all future communications to my solicitor.
Man, that got messy quickly, didn't it?
That really did. On June 13, round 6, Newcastle and Newtown played the only game for this round, and Newcastle won 7-8. The rest of the matches were to be played the following week. And that was to allow the Newcastle team enough time to go to Newcastle to play against the Maoris and then return back to Sydney for the rest of their games. Also on the same day, New South Wales beat the Maori team 30-16. Over in New Zealand, the squad played an exhibition game at the Wellington Athletic Park, the first game of Rugby League on New Zealand soil, with all profits being donated to Albert Baskerville's mother. £300 was raised.
Wow, that was a lot of money back then.
Yeah, that was probably close to about 6 years of wages for one man. Because I think the average wage for a labourer back then was about £50 a year.
Mm-hmm.
June 14, the Australian side have their places ready aboard the RMS Macedonia, which is set to sail for England on August the 18th. All the tickets have been purchased. However, they're one-way tickets.
Oh, wow. That's a gamble.
It's a gamble. And the reason why they bought one-way tickets is because obviously they're cheaper.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so I think the idea that Giltinan had was the gate takings we get over in England will be plentiful and we'll use that money to buy the one-way tickets back to Australia.
Yeah, but just in case.
Nah. She'll be sweet, mate. Don't worry about it. We got this. We got this.
It'll be fine. Don't worry about it.
What's the worst that could happen? On June 16, the Maori have elevated George Boss to being their tour's business manager. Boss accepted the role and immediately stepped down from being a member of the New South Wales Rugby League Referees Association. Oh, look, gets rid of the conflict of interest.
That was the last time that ever happened in rugby league.
June 17, the Maori team scored their first win of the tour against Sydney Metropolis, 23-20. It was reported that James Giltinan left his seat in the grandstand during this game to go down and remonstrate with the referee over what he thought was rough play on Daily Messenger. The referee ignored Giltinan.
It's good that the referee ignored him, but I can understand JJ Giltinan freaking out.
Oh, yeah. Do not hurt the golden goose.
Yes.
The following day, Asher informs Giltinan that he chooses Aubrey Welch to officiate the Maoris' next game against Newcastle. Giltinan refused and says that Asher must pick one of the 4 referees that he named. Asher in turn refused and insisted that Welch be referee. Welch then travelled with the Maori team to Newcastle, and with no time to organise a replacement, Giltinan yielded, but informed Asher that the Maori will have to pay Welch for his services, which they did. That's one way of making sure you get what you want.
Yeah, that's true.
On June 20, the Maori team travelled to Newcastle and they beat Newcastle. And it was the same Newcastle that was competing in the Premiership, and they won that game 15-2. After the game, Asher decided to leave 10 players and 3 entertainers in Sydney to cut down on travel costs as they went on the next part of their tour, which was in Queensland. The Arrow newspaper stated, "Big crowds at $1 admission have put in an appearance, drawn partly by the novelty of seeing the Maoris play and partly because there is a feeling among a goodly sized section of the football following that the Northern Union is a better game than the Rugby Union."
Nice.
Also on the same day, the other 3 games from round 6 were played. On June 21, Jack Faheli travelled to Sydney on behalf of the Rugby League movement in Brisbane. Upon his return on this day, he is adamant that the league game is definitely going to survive and take off. Ola Olsen, who had recently travelled to Sydney to play in Rugby Union's Country Week, had decided to switch codes, and he will be lining up for the Queensland League team for the upcoming match against the Maori. Joining him in the code switch from the Country Unions is Ernest Anlazark, who has also been named for Queensland. In other matters, the Rugby League movement in Queensland has now acquired enough players to form 3 teams, and they plan to start their own club competition the following year. They're still focusing on trying to get to 8 teams. So they're halfway there. On June 23, Robert McKechnie Jack makes a claim at the equity court against the Maori team. Jack charged that the Maori team intended to fraudulently deprive him of his share of profits from their tour and that he was entitled to have accounts taken of the amount due to him under his agreement with the team. Due to the complicated nature of doing so, Jack required the assistance of the equity court. And his demands were an account be taken of the money owed to him from each game, that a receiver be appointed to handle all of the money owing to the Maori team out of gate takings, that the Maori team be restrained from receiving any future money until the matter is resolved. Due to the team being in Queensland, however, they are expected to return to Sydney, he urged that this matter be heard and settled as quickly as possible. The Chief Judge granted the request as asked and allowed the Maoris 21 days to enter appearances in the suit. Upon this decision, the League assumes that it is their duty to hold all of the Maori monies until the matter is resolved, which they then go and tell the Queensland Rugby League about. And this caused the Maori team to get very, very upset. Because basically it cut off their entire financial lifeline. They couldn't make money anymore.
Yeah.
But were expected to still turn up and play games and, eat. Round 7 of the league was played on June 27. On the same day, the Maori team beat Queensland 19-16. The following day, Giltinan learns that there had been no pre-match entertainment put on by the Maori and learns about Ash's decision to leave members of his touring party in Newcastle. Giltinan then tells the 13 who are left behind to head up to Brisbane, and he forwards the bill for their travel to Asher as well.
Yeah, he wasn't mucking around.
Bear in mind, Asher can't make money now, so he can't pay these people.
Mm-hmm.
So it feels like a provocation more than anything else as well.
Mm-hmm.
On June 30, the league reveals that the Kangaroos touring England will wear a maroon and blue jumper. It will also be debated at the upcoming meeting whether any players who join the league after June 1 should be eligible for the tour.
Now, I guess that's the jersey I was talking about before.
Correct.
The maroon and blue jersey. And I guess that is also the first time that they were officially the Kangaroos in terms of only the tourists to the UK were called Kangaroos at that time and for decades going forwards. So technically, the first Kangaroos jersey is that jersey.
No, that is 100% correct, yeah. And that's the same jersey for anyone who's not too sure what it looks like. That's the one that Australia wore in 2008 when Greg Inglis did that crazy flick back over his head in the New Zealand in goal, and was it Gaznia caught the ball and scored a try?
I think it was Ghazni. Yeah. That is what sticks into my head as well when I think about that jersey.
Yeah, phenomenal. It was a great looking jumper too. I wouldn't have minded if they kept it.
Yeah, it looked good. Although I got to say, the green and gold is a thing of beauty.
It does go well.
Yeah, I would love to see a version of the very first jersey though that was worn by an Australian rugby league team.
As in the first green and gold one, or
the one that was sky blue with the big A on the front of it.
Geez, don't quote me on it. I think there might have been one donated to what used to be the Rugby League Museum at NRL headquarters. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's the case or not. There's a lot of great stuff there from 1908 though.
Yeah, you and me would be the only people that would wear that jersey, I reckon.
Oh yeah.
We'd be like, you don't understand how special this is.
Yeah, don't touch me.
Yeah. Do you know who I am?
Oh boy. July 1, the Maori beat Queensland again 13-5. The Queenslanders are none too pleased about the fact that the referee for the match is George Boss, who we've just discussed as the Maori business manager. I don't know how they managed that.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Also, the league holds a meeting, and the matter of restricting Kangaroo Tour selections to players who were playing prior to June 1 was defeated narrowly, with President Henry Hall casting the final and deciding vote, which means if you play a league, you get to go on the tour. Doesn't matter when.
Nice.
July 4, round 8 of the league is played, and in this round, Cumberland score their only ever win, and they beat West 16-4, their rivals.
It was a famous one.
It was a famous win.
We still talk about it.
Oh, mate, it was a great day. It was a great day.
It really was.
At Wentworth Park, a double header was played. Norse defeat Newtown 15-7, and Glebe beat East 11-5. And for both those games, and they'll play one after the other, Ted Hooper refereed both of them, one after the other.
Oh, wow. It's interesting you say that, because I was wondering how many times we've actually seen a referee control more than one game in a round. And
it's happened a few times in a round, but this is the only time it's ever happened on the same day.
Back to back, yeah. He must have been very fit.
Oh, yeah, well, he was a lifesaver.
Yeah.
So, yeah, he was very fit. Also on the same day, Newcastle beat Balmain 28-5, and in that game, Fred Woolley, playing his first game for Balmain, dislocated his shoulder. Poor bugger.
Yeah, that would have hurt.
Queensland beat New Zealand Maori 6-5. Just before half-time, Asher was so angered by the officiating that he ordered his team to leave the field. They eventually returned and finished the match. Former New Zealand Rugby Union player Bill Hardcastle scored the match-winning try for Queensland. Ooh, that would have hurt. July 6, Queensland beats the Maori 11-9 at Toowoomba. And this was a very wild and violent contest. And again, Asher ordered his team to leave the field during the second half after the angry crowd ran onto the field in an attempt to attack the touring side.
Oh, jeez.
Queensland.
Yeah.
On July 7, Goodman reveals that the Australian team to tour England will be selected on July 16, so 9 days away. The team will set sail from Sydney on August 15, and there is a possibility that matches will be played in America on the journey home. Kind of upholding Baskerville's, I don't know, not quite legacy, I dare say, his idea or his concept of what he wanted to do.
Yeah, yeah.
On July 8, Queensland beats the Maoris 23-14 at Ingham to win the 5-match series 3-2. The Maori team only ran out 11 men for the match.
I wonder if we could have a 5-match series these days. It would need a lot less club games, obviously, but
we did have 5-match interstate series for quite a few years. between the wars.
Yeah.
Yeah. Especially during the war periods when there was no internationals to be played, those interstate games did a lot of that heavy lifting for rep footy.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was doable. And we also still played city country games as well too.
You would need to have like if Australia and New Zealand test matches became, for whatever reason, just completely epic and unbelievable football. Like I could see that happening in women's rugby league, where the games between Australia and New Zealand are just always so epic that you have to watch them. And if they were having a 5-match series this year, I'd be like, yeah, let's do it. Let's see it,
Absolutely.
Yeah.
On July 8th, the Sydney Sportsman reports of a growing discontent amongst players towards the men running the game. The paper published this statement from a prominent league enthusiast. The persistence of the league chairman, Henry Hoyle, in ruling out of order on 2 occasions the motion for the appointment of a management and financial committee is causing no end of comment. This is a rather long letter that was put into the newspaper, and a lot of it was about complaints about the fact that there was only 2 or 3 men that were controlling all of the finances for the league.
Mm-hmm.
There was a lot of criticism about the treatment of the Maori team, and especially what happened with the Maori team and the referee at Newcastle. And there was an allegation that the league had axes to grind, in quotation marks. But it came from an unknown person. So the first thing that Hoyle and Giltinan specifically were thinking was, who wrote this?
Yeah.
And so they just decide they'll figure it out for themselves. But anyway, we march on. We'll come back to that later. On July 10, James Giltinan sent a letter to the Victorian Football League, the AFL. He produced a copy of the rules of rugby league with it, and with that he stated, some of the laws of the Australian game. Giltinan said, this is a quote of his, no doubt you will agree with me that at the present time there is no opening for your game of Australian football, good game though it is, outside your own state of Victoria and South Australia. You also did mention West Australia and Tasmania later on. These states are rather a burden on your association instead of being a help, whereas if you combined with the New South Wales Rugby League, we can go into the fine points of your game and the rules of one of the finest football games ever played. If this could be done at an early date, I could have the whole matter placed in front of the Northern Rugby Union and there thoroughly thrashed out when I visit there in just several weeks' time. What he's talking about is merging rugby league with VFL.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting that even back then there was a feeling that the AFL would never really grow into the northern states, which really hasn't happened still, and that New South Wales and Queensland were always going to be rugby/rugby league states. And it's interesting they had that idea back then, and that was the feeling amongst everyone back then. And it's still part of Australian sport today.
Yeah, and I'm curious as to why, because I haven't been able to find any reason why, as to why Giltinan came to this conclusion so quickly, because there was no mention at all prior to this letter that he sent that he was thinking about doing this and changing the game after he'd already got it established and started up and it was going so well. And I was wondering if maybe it was because he saw that the VFL were basically just being regarded as being professional, and knowing that rugby league was being pushed in that direction as well and not wanted.
Yep.
Whether he thought, let's join forces.
Yeah.
Make ourselves our own uniquely Australian game, perhaps. I don't know, but it was interesting that he went to this tangent so quickly, and so suddenly, like it just came from nowhere.
Yeah, and I guess the other thing to remember is too that AFL come from an offshoot of rugby union itself. So AFL at this time, even if it did have different rules, very different rules from what rugby league had at this time, it wasn't long ago that they were just rugby union. And maybe he had the feeling that, it wouldn't take much to push them back towards them rugby union roots, but rugby league might have been that stepping stone that they'd be willing to step back to, something along those lines.
Well, it's interesting you say that because the VFL took the letter to a meeting. Mr. Wilson from the Essendon Club moved that the matter be referred to the delegates of the VFL to be brought under the notice of Australasian Football Council. There were possibilities in the proposal in reference to the expansion of the Australian game which could not be overlooked. Mr. Strickland from Collingwood seconded the motion and said, "It would be a great thing for Australian football if some amalgamation of rules as suggested was brought about with definite advantage to the local game. The fact that Victorians were greatly in love with their own game did not prevent them from appreciating the good points of another system of football." Mr. Hickey, chairman of the league, expressed his approval of the suggested conference. This was a step in the direction of bringing about a much-desired uniformity of the systems of football. The motion was carried.
Wow.
Giltinan, meanwhile, was in Sydney and publicly stated, "There is a very strong probability of rugby league football being played in Victoria next season." So now, he's talking about rugby league being played down there.
Mm-hmm.
And still talking about it as being a separate sport, while still pushing for this merged game.
I wonder if maybe he was thinking that they would, because they were professional clubs, that they would start a rugby league team.
I don't know. He's kind of running two different things here at once. Maybe his idea was to have the local game still being played, so as in VFL.
Yeah.
Still have league being played, but they also have another code unto their own that they also play. That's a merger of the two sports.
Yeah, it's an interesting one.
Yeah.
It would have
curious.
It would have completely changed Australian sport. In a way it's really hard to even fathom.
Yes. And this is not the first time that this concept has been dabbled with. They've gone back to this a few times prior to World War II and even attempted it once to no success whatsoever. On July 11, the Newcastle club play against the Maori team a second time, losing again, this time 30-16 in Maitland. New South Wales and Queensland play their first ever interstate match against each other, and New South Wales won the game 43-0. 4 days later, Queensland are then beaten by Sydney Metropolis 37-8. The Sydney Sportsman published a letter from Giltinan in response to the Rugby League discontent letter that we mentioned before. In it, he responded to the issue solely surrounding the matter of the appointment of the referee for the Newcastle Maori game. Giltinan was under no doubts that the criticisms and the author of that letter was Aubrey Welch, the referee. On the very same page of Giltinan's reply was Henry Hoyle's much more thorough response to the entire criticisms that were laid out. He took up probably about a third of the page in the newspaper with his very, very long response. And I do have the article. I'm not going to go through it, but it's just fascinating how instead of having these discussions in a meeting, they just decided to do it all via the newspaper so everyone could see it.
Yeah. I guess that's something that's continued in rugby league for a long time.
It's just fascinating. But it was just, letter to the editor, and that's how it just went.
Yeah.
I just found it fascinating that they chose it to do it that way. They were basically keeping journalists out of work. On July 15, the League Judicial Committee disqualified one of the Maori players for having struck a member of the Queensland team during a match at Toowoomba. On this occasion, the referee ordered the offender from the ground, upon which the Maori captain called off his men. The action of the referee was endorsed by the committee. Meanwhile, the dispute between Robert McKechnie Jack and the Maori footballers had not been settled. Proceedings have begun in equity court by Jack, who had obtained an interim injunction to restrain the 18 members of the team from receiving money from the New South Wales Rugby League, which meant now they're stuck. They have no money. July 18, a weekend interstate game saw New South Wales beat Queensland 12-3 as the warm-up match before the big game where Australia beat New Zealand, the Maori team, 20-10. After the match, it was reported that Queensland captain and one of the founding fathers of rugby league in Queensland, Mickey Dorr, had withdrawn from being selected to tour England and the Australian team due to a shoulder injury he sustained in that match. There was also a rumour that, in quotation marks, a noted forward of a few years ago who has been living in New Zealand may bid for a place in the Australian team. On July 18, Gildan issues a challenge to the Rugby Union that the Australian League and Union sides, which will both be visiting England, should play in a match before leaving, with all proceeds to go to charity.
That would conveniently make all of those players professionals, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it?
Yeah.
It's funny when you consider what happened in the 1909 episode that we did. You now go, hang on, they had a year of fair warning about what was going to happen, and they still did nothing.
Yeah.
On July 19, the Sydney Times reports, Pat Walsh, the ex-Newcastle and Auckland City forward, just back from New Zealand. Haley and Cartmill are very good in the forwards. Walsh, as a representative Queensland forward, has no qualifications, save he is a candidate for the team to visit England. What they're talking about there is the fact that Pat Walsh has just returned to Australia, and he was immediately put into the Queensland team, even though he hasn't played rugby league before, let alone in Queensland. But he did that in order to qualify to play for the Australian team if he was to get selected to go on the tour. Mm-hmm. And because he was regarded at the time as possibly the greatest lock forward in the Southern Hemisphere at that time, the rugby league team kind of wants him. So they were doing whatever they could to make him qualify under their rules that they were making up as they go along. On July 19, the Australian selectors, Alex Burton, Arthur Hennessy, Dinny Lucky, Jack Faheli and Mickey Dawes select a squad of 30 players to tour England. There was a suggestion that 35 players should make the trip, but the selectors agreed that it was far too many. The squad they selected, which is to be approved by the league committee at their next meeting on the following day, are Charlie Headley, Mick Belusky, Tommy Anderson, Dally Messenger, Dan Frawley, Jim Devereaux, Bill Heike, Andy Morton, Frank Cheadle, Bill Bailey, Sid Dean, Ernest Ainlazark, Arthur Butler, Arthur Halloway, Albert Conlon, Sid Pearce, Lou Jones, Larry O'Malley, Dinny Lucky, Arthur Hennessy, Bill Cairn, Johnny Rosewell, Tom McCabe, Alex Burton, Peter Moyer, Bob Graves, Jack Faheli, Bill Hardcastle, Jim Davis, and Bill Noble. All clubs, except for West and Cumberland, had at least one player picked in the squad, while 4 of the 5 selectors were also named. Dorr was the only one not named, as he'd already ruled himself out due to injury. Not a bad squad. They covered all of the teams, and they've got a few Queenslanders in there.
Yeah, I wonder if they really wanted to have everyone from, like a player from each team. I know they missed out 2 of them, but it's interesting that there were so many teams represented, as well as Queensland.
For the most part, I think the league at this time too was not too lopsided. Western Cumberland were quite a distance behind. Mm-hmm. Newtown weren't doing too well either, so they didn't have too many players in there. I think they only had 2. Yeah, so it's probably not far off what they wanted.
Okay.
There were also a few changes to what was initially believed to be the final squad. So Frank Cheadle came in and replaced Edward Fry, Arthur Halloway replaced Lance Hansen, and Bill Noble replaced Herb Brackenridge. On July 20, the Evening News suggested Alf Ladder from Balmain to be added to the Kangaroo squad, and so it begins.
Oh, wow.
You know how we have it every year? Oh, why wasn't this player picked? Why wasn't that player picked?
Mm-hmm.
Over there, they just went, oh, why wasn't this guy picked? Okay, put him inside. we won't have a debate about it. Just like, oh, if you raise that guy's name, we'll just put him in the side. And that's how it was. On July 20, also, suggested rules of the hybrid Rugby League Aussie rules game were laid out in the Sydney Morning Herald. It is not intended to interfere with the offside rule, nor with tackling. A goal may be kicked with a punt, a drop, or a place kick. Scrums will be minimised, and the ball, when legally kicked out of bounds, will be scrummaged. The offside proposal will, of course, block the handballing of the Australian game unless the ball is passed backwards. The number of players aside is proposed to be 13. There has been for some years an agitation in other states where a bar from post to post and the ball for goal to be kicked over it. It is proposed to have this in the new Rugby Australian Code. The game will be played in 4 quarters and points will be scored as at rugby, behinds being ignored. The rock the movement is likely to split upon, from an Australian rule standpoint, is a suggestion to introduce offside. If there is one thing Victorians have no time for, it is that.
Yeah, it suspiciously sounds like rugby league.
It does, doesn't it?
It sounds almost all rugby league, quite honestly.
It's like
you can
let's
you
take
can
all of the rugby league stuff
yeah.
and we'll put all of the best stuff of AFL in there and we'll play rugby league.
Yeah, pretty much. It's like you can still handball the ball, but it has to go backwards. Like you could literally do that in the NRL now if you wanted to. It's not a good way to move a ball around,
No,
but you could do that today if you wanted to.
that's right. They allowed a punt, which you
Yeah.
can do in league.
Yeah. And you can kick the goal between the posts, which you can do in rugby league still.
Yes.
Yeah. I like their way of thinking, quite honestly.
Yeah, it's I don't know. I can't see how I can't believe that the VFL community did not get behind this.
It's like they tried to dupe them into saying, look, if you can deal with not being allowed to be offside, it's basically AFL. And the AFL types must have been like, that is 95% of our sport. What are you talking about? The other 5% being you get a point if you miss the main post. And they were like, oh, yeah, we can't do that one either. It's fantastic.
Oh, I do love these rules they put here. They were much better than the ones they did go through within the 1920s.
Yeah.
I'll find the details of those and we'll put that in another episode one other day because that was a mess.
Yeah. It's that's fantastic. I really like that proposal. I'd watch that sport that they put forward. I think I watched that sport earlier tonight.
Yes, likewise. So after that bit of information there, the New South Wales Rugby League had a meeting and they discussed the Australian squad. The squad named was then completely accepted, unaltered. The following day, the Sydney Morning Herald posts a number of letters suggesting further additions to the squads. Albert Rosenfeld, Alf Dobbs and Herb Brackenridge. One letter from Mr. F. Franklin of Balmain stated, the inclusion of at least one player I could name appears as if they have looked upon the trip as a picnic party, as so far this season he has not thought himself good enough to place in the Metropolitan team. Well done, Mr. Franklin. I don't know who he's talking about. The amalgamation of codes was widely discussed in Melbourne and it was decided that a meeting be held on August 17 when delegates from the States and New Zealand would meet representatives of the New South Wales Rugby League. It's going to go ahead.
I'm surprised that they met to discuss it.
Well, maybe they just had to discuss the offside rule.
Yeah, maybe.
So Gilton gave further details of his League v Union charity idea match, stating, if the Union agrees, local charities will be greatly benefited as a record crowd will be present to see the game. But will the Union allow its team to play? Well, they should have no objection. For even if we were professionals, which we are not any more than they are, playing the match for charity would not interfere with their amateur status. English amateur football teams play matches for charity against professional teams and their status is not affected. Cricket teams do the same also in England. Besides, the Union should not object as we are willing to play them either game. If their team would prefer to play our game, then we will play them at it. If they prefer to play it as under their own rules, we'll meet them at that as well. So why should the match not come off? It will show which is the stronger team and will also be for a good and great cause.
Now, all of that is true, except for the fact that the Amateur Athletics Commission was saying that if a player plays against a professional player in any capacity, they are then professionals in some circumstances.
Correct.
So, therefore, the entire Australian rugby union team would be deemed professionals from that point on and barred from their own game.
Yes.
I have to say, the Australian the rugby league authorities were not only dealing with setting up and running the new competition, they were not only dealing with setting up the Kangaroo Tour, they were not only dealing with managing, to a certain extent, the Maori Tour, they were not only dealing with rugby union authorities, they were also trying to manipulate the Australian Football League administration down in Victoria to try and get them to play rugby league instead of VFL. And they were doing all of this at the same time and not Like they were doing everything at full capacity. It's incredible.
Yeah, it's worth noting. It's only been, what, 3 months since the game
Yeah.
first kicked off?
Yeah. Like, can you imagine how persuasive they must have been?
Oh my
That
God.
they've had 3 months of rugby league in Australia, and they're already trying to convert Victorians completely out of their game. That's incredible.
Oh, it's phenomenal. I
And
look
by
back
the
on it
way,
with absolute admiration.
yeah, and by the way, not trying and not hearing back from them. They're going to have a meeting with
Yeah,
them.
they've convinced them it's a good idea.
Yeah.
It's fantastic.
It's like we've really got to discuss it. And they're like, you know what? We really do.
So the New South Wales Rugby Union boss, Mr. W. Hill, said he had nothing to say at present about that proposal. On July 22, the Maori team smashed the Sydney Metropolis side 34-13 after being down 13-0 at half time. Buoyed by the Maoris' great improvement in their recent games, the league makes plans to hastily organise a second match between Australia and the Maori side. The referee newspaper suggests that Lou Del Puget, Pat Walsh, Alf Dobbs, Harry Glanville, Tedder Courtney, Reg Latter and John Stunts were all very unlucky to miss out and all should have been named in the Kangaroo squad. It's getting bigger. It's getting bigger. I mean, who would have thunk it? H. McDermott, the referee's delegate to the league committee, submitted a letter to the Sydney Sportsman replying to Giltinan's retort in the same paper a week ago, correcting Giltinan and stating, at the start of this season, the league decided to submit the whole list of available referees to the visiting teams. This was done with both the New Zealand All Blacks and the Maori teams. Why Mr. Giltinan went beyond this and submitted just 4 names to Mr. Asher is more than the referees can understand. The same paper also posted on the same page a retort from Aubrey Welch to Henry Hall's comments, and it just goes on. It just goes on. There was also criticism by Giltinan towards Welch, who Giltinan said he was a very good second-grade referee.
Oh, wow.
And he also stated, on Saturday last, Mr. McMahon had charge of the match between New South Wales and Queensland, and this gentleman had only had charge of a second and third grade game prior to that. And then sort of made mention that even though he'd only had 2 games and they're both lower grades, he was better than Mr. Welch. It just, this is the thing. This, when Rugby League was being criticised and condemned by a union in the years prior, they sat back quietly. They didn't push back. They said nothing.
Mm-hmm.
But the one moment that someone within their own ranks pushed back, it's just like, right, gentlemen, get out your quills. We need to send letters to the editor. En masse.
It would be amazing if that still happened, hey?
Oh, man, I'd love it so much.
Just let it to the editor. Let it all day. All of a sudden you've got... It'd be great. It'd be way better than what we've got now.
Oh, yeah, he just constantly bashed letters to the editor.
Yeah.
In perfect prose.
Like if you knew that like every day there was a letter to the editor from like, say, Wayne Bennett having a go at like Ivan Cleary, I would buy newspapers.
Oh, absolutely. I'd not only buy them, I'd be storing them for prosperity.
Yeah. I'd be cutting them out and putting them on my wall and being like, oh, this was a great moment.
Oh, it'd be magnificent. You know?
But letter to the editor from Phil Gould. I've never even met Lachlan Galvin.
To go on. On July 23, the league revealed that the squad to tour England is now going to be increased from 30 to 34. However, who the extra 4 players is yet to be known. On July 25, round 9 of the league is played. In this round, Norse beat Cumberland 45-0. Cumberland only had 12 players, so Edward Boland from Norse lined up for the opponents to ensure the game would still be reasonably fair. Now, they also had a situation here, or a system that they had in place here, was that after round 9, the top 8 teams in the competition would qualify for the final round of the season before the finals. Mm-hmm. And given there was 9 teams, it meant that one team didn't go in there, and that one team was Cumberland.
Mm-hmm.
This has led to some drama over the years, as I've mentioned in a podcast the other day, and that some historians and newspaper archivists alike weren't too sure whether Cumberland got a bye for that last round or not. Because if they did, then it means that they didn't finish last and that they should have played in this final round.
Mm-hmm.
One could argue that obviously because they didn't compete in it, they mustn't have got a bye at all. So therefore, they are the wooden spooners. So it's like West basically got the wooden spoon because that's what Cumberland were.
Yeah.
And West finished second last. So, they comfortably won the wooden spoon.
Mm-hmm.
They had two teams there and they were the last two place teams.
Imagine merging with that side.
Yeah. Oh dear.
Sorry, I just triggered you, didn't I?
Oh boy, I want to go back to 1908 again. On July 25, exhibition club games of Rugby League are played in Brisbane. Toombul defeats Fortitude Valley 25-7 at Enoggera, where Mickey Dorr was the referee. And a North A played a North B team, and they had a 0-0 draw. There was another game here. Memmets versus McCann's played out an 8-8 draw, played at the old commercial school ground off Leichhardt Street. So they had 6-ish teams.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, 2 suburbs, 3 if you count North, but North was split into 2 teams. But they kind of had 6-ish teams, so they're not far off what they want.
It's a start.
Yeah, and so those are the first club games played in Brisbane. They're not official because they're on exhibitions, but the movement has begun, so to speak.
Yeah.
On July 29, reports suggest that the Eastern Suburbs Club are confused as to how Albert Rosenfeld was not selected for the Australian Kangaroo Tour. There is a rumour that a union player switched to league and played for Newtown, but failed to perform well enough, so he decided to return to Union on a plea that he joined the league when suffering from a fit of temporary insanity.
Wow.
Another rumour suggests that Messenger has asked for a £250 additional payment to go on tour. Giltinan, though, said he hasn't heard anything at all about that. Imagine claiming a temporary fit of insanity as to why you went and played a game of league.
You know what? We have had players that have basically put forward the same idea for other things they've done. So I'm not even shocked by that.
That's amazing.
That is pretty interesting.
So a prominent thing that used to happen, and it was happened an awful lot in England up until even into the 80s, was if a rugby union player wanted to play rugby league, he'd go across, but he'd use an alias name. Usually, I've got one player in the New South Wales Rugby League, and his name is first initial A, surname Nother.
Mm-hmm.
So Another.
Mm-hmm.
In England, they just went with trialist.
Oh, really?
Trialist 1, trialist 2, trialist 3.
Ah, okay.
So you never know who they were.
Yeah.
It wasn't something that happened that often in the Australian competitions. Very prominent in England.
Yeah.
Obviously, probably because too they could pay them even if they turned out for one game as a trial. They could still pay them because they did have a lot more money than the Australian League did for a long time there. That's probably what they did to try and hide their identity a little bit, I guess. So moving on here, we've got a league meeting held on July 29, and there Horry Miller was named as the acting secretary of the league while James Giltinan is off on tour. It's also suggested that Rosenfeld and Pat Walsh will get matches on this weekend, and regarding on depending on how they perform, they will more than likely get selected to go on the Kangaroo Tour. So now they've confirmed that 2 players have been added. With Rosenfeld and Walsh, so they're now up to 32 out of the 34 they want to have. On August 1, the Maori team was set to play against Australia. However, the Evening News reported that the Maori team have disbanded. They've got a dispute with the league, and they are now going to form a new team. It's stated that the Maori team decided to play no more games in the current tour under the control of the New South Wales Rugby League. They would rename themselves the New Zealand native team, and George Boss confirmed, "The reason is this. Owing to all monies of the team being impounded, owing to the Jack case, The Maori team applied to the league for financial assistance. Their reply was that they did not see their way clear to do so as desired. In fact, they cannot. Naturally, the Maori team objected to play in any sort of matches, including benefit matches, for lawyers or for the league, who have done nothing very well indeed out of the team's visit. The team feel it keenly and think the league should do something. Personally, I've used every effort to induce the Maoris to play in the interest of the game, but at the meeting, the vote was unanimous to disband. However, a new team will be formed from some of the members that are remaining, with the assistance of others who are currently living in Sydney. This new team will be styled the New Zealand native team, and they will endeavour to arrange matches to be played in Sydney and New Zealand.
Wow, that got messy, didn't it?
I think the idea was, if we're not playing as the New Zealand Maori team, then we can actually earn gate takings.
Yeah, they're not obligated to the previous contracts and legal stashes and all that.
Yes. And the New South Wales Rugby League couldn't see any reason why that would work or why they should assist that team.
Mm-hmm.
There's an awful lot of animosity, for whatever reason, between the Maori and the league now. And not just the league, but mostly Giltinan.
Yeah.
So having Giltinan now about to depart Australia and be out of the picture, an awful lot of the wrangle that's been going on here is now going to fall on Harry Miller, who's now going to be the acting secretary.
Mm-hmm.
And he's always been a man from the day that he was involved in league, where he was putting the league first, and he wanted to make sure that this issue got settled. And we'll see that when we get there. The Maori scheduled game against New South Wales for August 3 was also cancelled by the visitors. And on that day, it appears that Giltinan's proposal for a hybrid rugby Australian game is being met with little to no support in Victoria.
I'm not surprised.
Because at this stage, the letter that he wrote that they were discussing, especially including rule proposals, had now been doing the rounds in the Victorian newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
They were happy. They weren't happy. You don't take our behinds posts and don't take our offside or anti-offside rules away from us.
Yeah, you got to allow them to get points for missing the goal, don't you?
That's right.
So skillful.
So also on August 3, Albert Rosenfeld, Alf Dobbs, Jim Abercrombie and Tedder Courtney have all been added to the Australian touring squad. The following day, Giltinan confirms reports that only second-class one-way passenger tickets have been purchased for the tour. He claimed that the reason was that nothing would be gained in regards to cost savings by booking return tickets. Furthermore, it wasn't yet certain where the team would be departing from or what route they would take. Giltinan said, "We might go to America or South Africa. It all depends. Then again, some of the boys might like to go for a trip on the continent. There's plenty of money to book return passengers."
That's a good point, actually. Like, if they hadn't sorted out what they were doing on the way back, you know.
Yeah. Some rumours suggested that a few players sought a written guarantee of a return ticket. However, Giltinan said he hadn't received any such request. When asked about the saga with the Maori team, Giltinan replied with a sigh, "It's my first experience of Maoris and it will be the last."
Oh, wow.
It's funny because he was right, but not because of what he thought would be the case. Because as we find out in 1909, he got sacked before the Maori team came back.
Yeah.
On August 5, the Rugby Union Wallabies depart Sydney to embark on their maiden tour of England. So you'll remember in the last episode that we did leading into this, that after all these years of playing Rugby League in Australia, Rugby Union Australia, they'd never ever sent a team over to England. And they only felt, motivated to do so when they found out that Rugby League was going to be sending a team over before Rugby League had played a game in Australia.
They were just so bad.
They really were.
They were the worst.
They just sat on their hands the whole time.
Yeah.
August 6, Henry Hoyle, when addressing speculation that the league will not have sufficient funds to send a team to England, revealed that the tour had been wholly financed privately. It was, largely by Giltinan.
Mm.
And Giltinan had to get loans from a few people as well. That was just to get over there. Officials from the VFL finally decided to abandon the amalgamation idea by Giltinan, largely due to rugby league having recently been deemed a professional sport. And so any affiliation with them would mean the VFL would also be professional, which would impact their ability to promote the game in schools. They also add that the two games are too different to create a seemingly viable hybrid game. It's interesting that they lent on the professionalism thing when they were told months before that they are the only fully professional game.
Yeah, that's a very strange thing, isn't it?
I don't know why they thought that argument would work. It seems like they lent on that as a way to distance themselves from rugby league, because I think, given what they mentioned there, they needed to be able to have the game in schools, and they can't do that if they're deemed a professional. So they must have been in their own minds thinking, we now need to fight against this tag that we're professional as well.
Yeah. And they weren't professional. They were just earning money from playing the sport.
Yeah.
She isn't professional.
No. They were a very similar set of rules as to what rugby league was trying to use at the time. But they were making a bit more money though.
Yeah.
On August 7, the Evening News reports on a rumour that suggests some members of the league who are unhappy with the state of affairs intend to form teams to play matches against the Maoris to help them out. However, they've been unable to secure a venue. South Sydney winger and member of the team selected to represent the Australian Rugby League team in England, Tommy Anderson, was at a social gathering at the Waterloo Town Hall. He overindulged in some alcohol, got into a disturbance with which no one could settle down, and despite their best efforts, one young man approached Anderson and tried to calm him down. His name was Harcourt Furs, and he was punched in the face by Anderson. Furs fell and struck his head heavily on the curb. He was picked up in an unconscious state and taken to his home before a doctor was called. The doctor confirmed he had concussion of the brain.
Wow.
Anderson was arrested and charged with drunkenness and for assaulting Furs. He attended court the following day and was fined 5 shillings on the charge of drunkenness. He was remanded till Tuesday on the charge of assault with a £50 bail.
I guess that's maybe one of the first off-field scandals in rugby league.
Especially, of that severity, absolutely. Yeah. The first Todd Carney.
Yeah. He should have pleaded temporary insanity.
He really should have done. On August 8, the 10th round of the New South Wales Rugby League was played. Balmain beat Glebe 10-5. Fred Woolley returned for Balmain just 5 weeks after dislocating his shoulder.
Wow, that's quick, especially back then when they didn't have basically anything medically they would have helped him with. They would have put it back in.
Yeah, they probably just
maybe
put him in a sling and that was it.
Yeah.
So I thought that was insane. 5 weeks after dislocating his shoulder. You don't return from a dislocation after 5 weeks these days.
No.
Rumours reported by the Daily Telegraph suggest that 15 to 20 rugby league players have lost sympathy with the league, and these players will engage the Maoris on the agricultural ground on Wednesday afternoon. The match will be played 15 aside under union rules.
Oh, I bet that upset the rugby league authorities hearing that.
That would cause quite a lot of anger.
Mm-hmm.
The Sydney Morning Herald reveals that the Maoris have been training under union rules all week and will meet a New South Wales side of rugby league players at the Sydney Sports Ground on Wednesday to play a match under union rules. The MRU has withdrawn any objection it had to the playing of the game at the sports ground.
What did they have to do with it?
They're just gone, well, they probably wanted to use the sports ground, but they've gone, oh, you're going to play union? Yeah, go for it.
Yeah, I guess.
If they would have happily accepted those players get paid and all that sort of stuff that was going to go on. But if they saw that this was a chance that league was about to fall apart,
let them do it.
Hands in the air, we'll walk back. Go for it, fellas.
Yeah.
You have our blessing. A meeting at the York Hotel in Sydney sought to confirm a squad of players to take on the Maoris. Of the 40 players present, the following put their hand up to play. Arthur Callum and Eric Watkins. Both Watkins was a New Zealand Rugby League international player. So was Callum, actually. Miller and Pickering, they were New Zealand residents living in Sydney. Eastern Suburbs first grade players Herb Brackenridge, David Brown, Lou Delpuget, Percy McNamara, and Jono Stunts. Newtown first grade players Harry Hamill, Tom McIntosh, Sek Manton, and Jack Scott. North's first grade players Paddy Boland, Harry Glanville, Lance Hanson, Jane Matheson, Bill McCarthy, and Bill Whitfield. And South Sydney first grade player Jack Cochran. August 9, George Boss reveals that the team had received a donation of £20 from a well-known Sydney sportsman and have experienced unexpected kindness from rugby union people, which makes them regret more than ever their visit to this country was not under the old conditions.
Oh, wow.
It sounds like things are going bad for league.
Yeah.
On August 11, the league hold an urgent meeting whereby they are asked to not disqualify any players who play against the Maoris, as their sole purpose is to help raise funds for the visiting team. After considering the matter for an hour, the league said it could not sanction the game or any players taking part, and those playing would be disqualified. The committee representing the players announced they had already selected their side to play the Maoris and that they would risk disqualification in order to do the right thing. Now, in that side was also because they were going to play rugby union, there was a guy whose surname was Hagen from the Randwick Rugby Union Club who was going to play with all of these rugby league players against this professional rugby union team.
Yep.
It was amazing that they were able to get someone from the other code to jump in and join them.
Yeah, it is, considering how everyone was getting banned when they did anything like that.
Yeah, and so now you got this weird case where these guys are going to be banned by both rugby codes.
Yeah, it's so strange.
A farewell event was held at the Foresters Hall in Newcastle for William Bailey and Pat Walsh, who had both been named to represent Australia on their maiden rugby league tour to England. On the same day, Tommy Anderson went before the Redfern Police Court on the charge of assault against Harcourt Furs. The magistrate was informed by Furs that he did not wish to proceed and wanted to withdraw the charge. Furs then refused to give any evidence or any information. The magistrate ruled, "It is quite evident that the expense of the doctor and lost time to Furs are being made good to him by the accused and his friends, and Furs is at liberty to withdraw the case. The injuries are not sufficient to cause me to take any further course. In fact, I think that a person who has been compensated in full has a perfect right not to proceed. I therefore discharge Anderson."
Far out.
That's how it's done, people.
Yeah, that's still how it's done these days.
Following day, the Maori played their last tour game, comfortably beating the Sydney Metropolis team 32-17. The Australian Rugby League team attend a farewell dinner. At the dinner, it is reported, wrongly, by the media that is, that the players elected Alec Burden as their tour captain. The Daily Telegraph proclaimed, in quotation marks, "the Kangaroos" in an article about the dinner. This is the first time I saw any newspaper referring to the side as the Kangaroos.
Oh, okay.
The other mentions before had been, how would you say, probably suggestive, I guess, by historians.
Mm-hmm.
But this is the first time they're referred to as the Kangaroos publicly. On August 13, rumours suggest a group of 20 players are dissatisfied with the league and wish to dissociate themselves from the game. The following day, the Redfern Mayor states that the deal with the league just needs a signature to confirm the arrangement and to conclude the matter. On August 15, the semi-finals are played. East beat North 23-10 and South beat Glebe 16-3. This means that East will play South in the final, which is fitting because they were equal first on the ladder on competition points. But they will be without all of their, star players because they've all been picked on the Kangaroo Tour.
Yeah, it's strange how they did that.
It feels like it was all just a bit sort of rushed and squashed together, I guess.
Yeah.
So on the same day that those semi-finals were played, the Australian team departs Sydney at midday aboard the RMS Macedonia for England. So they didn't even get to see their teams play because they kicked off 2 or 3 hours later. On August 16, the following day, the RMS Salamis departs at midday, containing Pat Walsh and a kangaroo, which is to be the team's live mascot. Walsh was hoping to train the kangaroo to hold and carry a football.
We've been trying ever since. It's just, we'll get there.
They're just so
Kangaroo-y.
Yeah. And uncoordinated.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's kind of like, I dare say, getting a kangaroo dog football would be kind of like getting an AFL player to play rugby league.
Yeah. Yeah.
Somewhere around there. On August 17, with James Giltner now en route to England and Horry Miller now the acting secretary, he has immediately set about sorting out the Maori Tour mess. He ordered all league players who took part in the match for Sydney Metropolis against the Maori to attend a meeting on August 21, just 4 days' time. The Kangaroos land in Melbourne, and Giltner takes the opportunity to attend a meeting with the VFL about the hybrid game concept. When discussing the structure of the game, Giltner asked if Rugby League would relinquish the offside rule, and Giltner said no. Someone from the VFL also proclaimed, well, that settles it.
It really does, doesn't it?
It's pretty clear.
Yeah.
Another VFL member then raised the matter of the league being wholly professional, to which Giltner replied, we're not professionals, we do as you do. Reimburse the men for loss of time. If a man wants to be an amateur, let him pay his travelling and total expenses if he wishes. The VFL delegates say that they'd be able to have a better idea as to how the two games could combine if they could at least see it first. The Rugby League players in attendance offered to arrange an exhibition of Rugby League the following day at the MCG. On the ship journey from Sydney to Melbourne, the players officially agreed that Dinny Lucky would be their tour captain, with Daly Messenger as vice-captain. Alex Burden, who was reported as the captain previously, was actually appointed as spokesman by his players at the farewell dinner, not as captain. Well done, media. On August 21, only the referee from the unsanctioned match against the Maoris fronted up for the meeting. This caused the trial to lapse, meaning no further action would take place against the players in question. No suspensions, no nothing. Just, don't worry about it.
That seems a little bit convenient, doesn't it? Like every single player didn't turn up. It seems like they were all informed of consequences and they were like, yeah, this isn't worth it.
That's basically what it was. And they've just gone, well, you know what? If we're going to turn up and get banned, just ban us then. Like, what's the point? What are you going to do?
Yeah.
But the league just thought, well, let's not bother with anything then, which also seems like the logical thing to do. Wasn't that egregious of a crime that they deserve to be banned? They're trying to help. On August 25, the equity court case between Robert McKechnie-Jack and the Maori football side is held. It was decided that the Maori team have to pay him £165.
Wow, that's a lot.
That is a lot. On August 29, the first final is played and South beat East 14-12 to become the league's first premiers. On the same day, the Daily Express newspaper in England reports 59 of the best rugby footballers in Australia will arrive in England next month, 29 to play as amateurs and the remaining 30 as professionals. It will be easy to distinguish the teams as the, in quotation marks, great unpaid will adopt the title of New South Wales, the state which organised their tour. The pros will style themselves Australia. And if one borrows a colloquialism from Australia, they'll probably become better known as the All Golds and the amateurs as cornstalks.
Cornstalks?
Now, I've had to do a bit of digging around on this because I've never heard cornstalks before. And when I have, it had been referred to, say, for example, a way to describe someone's build.
Okay.
Tall, thin, and lanky.
Yep.
But obviously, when we're talking about rugby players, either code, that's not right. Because you're going to have big props and stuff. You know, you're going to have all different sized humans. So after looking into it further, I think it comes down to cornstalks likely being a reference to the fact that the union players weren't given extra money to get fat from, so to speak.
Okay.
Much like cornstalks don't get fat.
Yep.
I'm going with that. All right. I've got no other references to why they would do that. It's just maybe it's an English thing. I don't know why they said cornstalks.
I will also be going with cornstalks for the Australian Rugby Union team from now on.
Instead of wallabies?
I don't even know who you're talking about anymore. That's how committed I am to the cornstalks.
I like it. I like it. I also like the fact they were called the Great Unpaid.
Yeah.
Uh, September 2, a cable from Tom McCabe on board the RMS Macedonia reveals that the team has been engaged in daily training sessions on the deck and played a game of cricket against first-class passengers, which the league boys won. As they entered the tropics, it became too hot to train on the deck, so they played other games. One night, they had a fancy dress ball, with first prize going to Albert Rosenfeld, who appeared as a hospital nurse.
Oh, wow.
Ernest Anelzak dressed up as a French chef. William Cairn dressed up as Sinbad. Arthur Hennessy dressed as a sailor. The ship stopped at Colombo, and the players believed they would play a game there, just as the All Golds had done a year ago to start their tour, but no such match took place. So we almost had Australia versus Sri Lanka.
Yeah, that would have been good.
On September 5, the Yorkshire Evening Post reveals that the English Northern Union are keen to change the name of their game to something other than Northern Union, so as to better differentiate it from rugby union. They eventually made this change in 1922.
Wow, took them a while.
When the Northern Rugby Union renamed itself the Rugby Football League.
And by the way, how did they differentiate? The first word, we're going to use rugby?
Yes.
It's like, come on now.
There was a period in the early 1900s, before World War One and during World War One, where they were called the Northern Rugby League, which meant they were known as the NRL.
Mm-hmm.
I just thought that was interesting.
I think a name like that would never work, though, would it?
Nah, no chance.
Yeah, you got it. They should have just differentiated themselves a little bit better, like we did from the Cornstalkers.
So maybe the Cornstalkers should have done that.
Possibly.
Yeah.
You know?
The great unpaid.
That's a great unpaid.
I still love that. That still gets me. On September 20, the Australian team arrives in London after spending 36 days on the sea. 6 days later, the Australian Rugby Union side has declared that they have adopted the nickname the Wallabies. They played their first match of their tour in England against Devon. Peter Burge, who would later become a rugby league player and is the brother of immortal Frank Burge, broke his leg in 2 places above the ankle.
Oh, wow.
2 days later, Daily Messenger spoke to the English press and said he believes there are 3 backs in the Kangaroo squad who are better players than him. The Yorkshire Evening Post revealed the occupational makeup of the Kangaroo squad. Do you want to hear the list of the occupations of them?
Yeah.
Because this is brilliant.
Okay.
3 farmers, 2 gardeners, 3 barbers, 4 clerks, 2 engineers, 2 blacksmiths, 2 shoemakers, 3 saddlers, 1 telegraphist, 1 train driver, 1 carpenter, 1 boat builder, and 1 commercial traveller.
A commercial traveller? I wonder what that means.
I don't know.
Commercial traveller?
Yeah, they came from all walks of life.
Yeah, they really did, didn't they?
The Australians were welcomed with a banquet at Grosvenor Hotel in Manchester. We should be holding events there on a regular basis.
Wouldn't that be great?
Kangaroo steaks. On September 30, the Australian side run their first training session in Salford.
They went all the way across the world on a boat for 36 days and they found themselves in Salford. I'm glad they got paid.
Not just in Salford. Do you remember what the name was of the suburb in Salford that the Salford team first played at? They were playing at it for a long time before their current venue. Starts with W.
Starts with the Willows?
No, not the name of the venue, just the name of the suburb in Salford.
No, I don't.
I think it might be called Waste.
Really?
Or is it Weast? It's spelled Weaste.
Wow.
There you go.
I've been to Eccles.
I'm sure that's just around the corner.
Probably really is just around the corner, hey?
Now, rumours are that the Salford team then were not in debt.
That was the last time they were not in debt.
On October 1, reports suggest that Giltinan has already had discussions with the Northern Union officials about sending a British team to Australia in 1909. Initial talks indicated that Giltinan was willing to guarantee £50 to the British from every gate.
Wow.
On October 3, Australia begins their first tour of Great Britain with a 20-6 win over Welsh club Mid-Rhondda in Tonypandy, Wales. Messenger was the star despite getting injured during the game, which saw him not play for several minutes. The crowd was disappointing, Anazak suffered an injury to his knee just 5 minutes into the match, which ruled him out for the next 2 months.
Jeez.
On October 7, Australia beat Bradford Northern 12-11, and in this match, Hennessy suffered a broken jaw after he collided with an opposition player. And 3 days later, after they beat Rochdale 5-0, the actual kangaroo the team had sent over with Pat Walsh to be a very real team mascot turned up as well. Gilden reveals to the media that he's in a bit of a quandary as to where to keep it.
We should have worked that out before you took it.
It's like it's very top of the list. Let's get a kangaroo. How do we look after it? Figure that out later, guys.
You're going to have to look after this thing for the next 6 months. What are you going to do with it? I don't know.
On October 13, the league applied to the Concord Council for use of the St Luke's Oval for the 1909 season. The council decided to ask the league what they were willing to pay for use of the ground. At the same time, work has just begun on the upgrade of Redfern Oval at the behest of the league. So it seems like those rather lengthy protests didn't work.
Mm.
On October 14, Australia have a 5-5 draw with York. The British media reports that the entire gate taken from this match was just £134. After venue cost was paid and the taking split between both teams, the Kangaroo players barely received anything from the match. Things are already going a bit pear-shaped.
Yeah.
On October 24, after a few more games, Australia flogged a combined Cumberland side 52-10, in which Jim Devereux was dominant. 2 days later, the Wallabies entered the 1908 London Olympic Games to play rugby union. There was only one other team, and that was Great Britain. However, it wasn't really Great Britain. It was just basically the Cornwall Rugby Union Club. They played one match at White City Stadium in London on an area alongside the Olympic Games swimming pool, which was measured 110 yards in length, with a long line of netting stretched beside to catch the flying footballs.
Oh, my goodness.
Large mattresses were spread along the rim of the pool to prevent injuries to falling players. They literally were against the edge of the pool.
Wow.
One day was allocated to the Olympic rugby tournament, with the game taking place in a thick midweek London fog at a virtually deserted White City venue in wet conditions. Often a kick for touch saw the ball end up in the pool, and it's said that the Australians were more adept at handling the slippery ball. Australia won the game 32-3 and the gold medal.
Wow. Congratulations to the Cornstalkers.
They did well. They did good.
They did real good.
The Australian team in that match contained future Rugby League players Bob Craig, Charles McMurtry, Paddy McHugh, John Barnett, Arthur McCabe, Chris McKivitt, Jack Hickey, and Charlie Russell.
A lot of very famous names there.
The rest of the squad were Malcolm MacArthur, Sid Middleton, Tom Griffin, Frank Smith, Daniel Carroll, Phil Carmichael, and Tom Richards. Richards, though, ended up serving later on in World War One. He and Newcastle Rugby League legend Stan Carpenter were stretcher bearers at the landing at Gallipoli, where both men were nominated for Victoria Cross medals, but both getting the Military Cross instead, which is the next medal down, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
On October 28, Dally Messenger suffers an injury and is in the Lee victory over Australia. This starts to have a bit of an impact because it means that he doesn't get picked for a few weeks.
Mm-hmm.
And while the gate takings are already starting to go downhill because of the weather and then some strikes in the mining sector over there, this comes at the absolute worst possible time for the Kangaroos. The following day, Kangaroo tourist Larry O'Malley sends a memorial card to the New South Wales League officials after their loss to Lee, which read, this is good. Now, boys, as sure as you are sinners of that football match, I'm sure, we should have been the winners, but the blooming ball it flew about and seemed to go contrary. Say naught, we lost, so we are fumbling off to the cemetery. Though they played with might and main, some points thereby they hope to gain, but with sorrow and with grief they go home now to seek relief. Rest in peace, no flowers. On October 31, Dewsbury beat Australia 15-0. The total receipts for this game was almost £90. However, the game was insured for $150, so the insurer had to pay the £60 difference.
Oh, wow. I bet they were filthy.
And I think this starts to happen a lot more frequently too. On November 4, Dr. Moran, the captain of the touring Wallabies side, reveals how they settled on the nickname. And this is his quote. With regard to our name, we dropped considerable cold water on rabbits. Modest though we be, we could not labour under an appellation borrowed from an English imported pest. There was considerable discussion in English papers. Letters flocked in from all sides. Wallabies, kangaroos, kookaburras and wallaroos were suggested. The position demanded a conference. For a brief day, we, who for 6 weeks had been the rabbits, so the wallabies were actually known as the rabbits for a brief period.
Mm-hmm.
They were then the Waratahs, but that was only emblematic of New South Wales. All were agreed that any name would be preferable to rabbits. Wallabies won by a couple of votes. It's interesting, though, that he mentioned there that kangaroos was being suggested, so it gives you the indication that they could have taken kangaroos if they wanted to.
Yeah, but, the cornstalkers chose a different pathway.
It's nice, though, for 6 weeks they were the rabbits.
Wouldn't that have been funny?
Oh, I said we couldn't be an English imported pest. Isn't that what rugby union is?
Yeah, I was thinking the same thing.
On November 12, the Evening News reports the Australian Rugby League team is not a happy family. The manager has been obligated to punish one player for inattention to training, and the public generally is disappointed with the team's display. It is stated that many of the Australians played the Northern Union game as if they did not know what it was, and if it were not for Messenger, the side would be hopelessly poor.
I guess the fact that the Northern Union game, they'd been watching it for a while at that stage over in England.
Yeah, that's 13 years now.
Yeah, and Messenger is really the person that has played it the most under those rules.
Mm.
So, yeah, it would have been, they would have looked at the Australian team and thought, man, there'd be little things that they wouldn't even know they don't know yet about playing under that rule set.
That's right. 6 days later, the Manchester Sporting Chronicle reportedly pens the following criticism of the Kangaroos. So far, their football has been bad and their deficiency begins in the pack. There, the men are not fit or fast enough to be useful. Moreover, they do not know how to dribble, and often opportunities are wasted by stopping to gather the ball. Then again, the tackling of the scrummages is awfully bad. The halfbacks were pretty fair, and the centre three-quarters were the best part of the team. But the men on the wing had not the pace or the dash with which to clinch the opportunities that went their way. Pretty much covered everyone.
Yeah, they didn't hold back.
They certainly didn't. On November 20, Giltinan states that within 3 years' time, the only rugby game being played in Australia and New Zealand will be Rugby League.
Wow.
He's bold.
He is.
On November 26th, the Redfern Council become impatient, waiting on final terms of their agreement with the league to be signed off on. Henry Hoyle, the president, replied to them, apologising for the delay and requesting them continued patience while they sort out the financial aspects of the agreement. The Redfern Council demands this matter be signed off within 14 days, otherwise the agreement will be terminated. Giltinan had signed the agreement, however, it required 2 more signatures from the league. They're kind of just push it through as quickly as possible without, all the due diligence that was required.
Yeah.
The following day, the Manchester Chronicle gave a scathing criticism of the Kangaroos, stating, the representatives of the New South Wales Northern Union League are demonstrating the poverty of the colony so far as professional football is concerned.
Wow.
Whoa. On December 1, the Kangaroos make a request to the Northern Union that all of their opponents must provide a new ball to each game. The Northern Union agrees. There you go. They're not using the same ball all the time anymore.
Yeah, I guess they must have had some games where they turned up and the ball was just rubbish. Like it was just an old ball and, yeah.
Misshaped and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Would have been so out of shape, it would have looked like that World Cup ball from 2000.
Yeah, true.
On December 2, the league holds an award ceremony where premiership-winning medals were awarded to the premiership-winning teams from each competition. First grade was South, second grade or reserve grade was Eastern Suburbs, third grade Sydney. The South Sydney Junior League was Waterloo Oaks. The Balmain Junior League was Balmain Iona. The Mun Cup, which was a competition containing the premier junior clubs, was won by Waterloo Oaks. And the Royal Agricultural Society Shield went to South Sydney. Australia was set to play Swinton on this day. However, heavy fog saw the game postponed by a week.
Wow, can you imagine how foggy it must have been?
It's amazing, there have been so many games of rugby league in England, especially in the English Premiership, that have been postponed or cancelled because of the heavy fog that they get over there during their winters.
Really? Wow.
Well, I've read articles about some club games where the players couldn't see where the referee was, and they couldn't see where the opposition defensive line was.
I could see. I mean, wow, that's incredible. Because I could see if they'd been calling them off because the crowd didn't get a good view of the field. But if fog is that thick, that's amazing.
Yeah, it's such a regular occurrence, especially around January, February over there. It happens so often. On December 4, Jack Hickey, a centre for the Wallabies, is accused of being a professional player. It's alleged that he played in professional league in Australia and has signed a Northern Union professional form. As evidence, the Daily Mail claims that a photograph of a professional team contains Hickey. Hickey absolutely denies the allegation and states that he had never played a professional game. He also says that the photograph was taken prior to the departure for England of the New Zealand professional team in 1907, before the professional league even existed in Australia. Apparently, Hickey did sign to play league. However, he later wrote to the league and requested to have his name withdrawn from joining them, which the league officials agreed to before Hickey had ever played a game. That's a mess. And he ended up playing rugby league anyway.
I was going to say, did he end up playing?
Yeah, he did. In December 5, Halifax beat Australia, and in that match, Larry O'Malley was sent off for obstruction.
Wow.
Yeah. I always thought that in those days, the only thing you got sent off for was, almost manslaughter.
Yeah.
But obstruction.
That's a new one.
It was gone crazy. On December 10, after the extension that the league requested and was granted from the Redfern Council lapses, the Redfern Council decides to cancel their agreement with the league. Remember, the league had already started doing some of the work that they had agreed to do around the ground.
Yeah.
So now that stops as well. On December 12, the first test between Australia and Great Britain is played, and it ends in a 22-all draw. On December 18, the debate surrounding amateurism is returned to when the Amateur Sporting Authority responds to an inquiry by Rugby League administrator and player Horry Miller regarding his amateur status. It was decided that Miller was now professional. Horry Miller, though, was an amateur competitive runner of some note at the time and had not been paid in any of his roles with the league. He had played in 1908 with Eastern Suburbs, and he was the top try scorer that year. He was also an administrator. Miller protested the decision and requested to appear before the committee in person to state his case, arguing that he felt like he was being judged based on the organisation he was affiliated with and not on his personal integrity. We won't get any clarity on that until the following year.
Mm-hmm.
On the very last day of the year, from the first game of the All Gods Tour against New South Wales in 1907 until the end of December 1908, Dally Messenger travelled to England twice and back home once, played 68 games all up, represented New Zealand, Australia, New South Wales, Queensland, Metropolis and Eastern Suburbs, scoring a combined total of 30 tries, 177 goals, 4 field goals for 452 points. The first season had a total of 235 first-grade pioneers. And that wraps up 1908.
Wow, what a year. What a year of so many interesting things that happened, so many really positive things. There was still turmoil towards the end of it. Absolutely incredible first year for rugby league in Australia.
It really was insane. It's interesting too to see how they started to handle some of the criticism that started to come their way, because they handled a lot of that criticism prior to being formed, like the competition kicking off. They handled it really, really well. They kind of let the media and rugby union run themselves in circles into a stupor, and they started making matters worse for themselves, which in turn helped the league. But in the space of just a few months, they started to have their own issues that come up in the game. Some of it self-inflicted, and their way of dealing with that was to go on the front foot and attack anyway.
Yeah, yeah. And then, like, I guess they were always going to have internal issues within the sport once they got it up and running. But they were pretty proactive with a lot of things they did. Like, if someone come up with an issue, they were very much on the front foot to say, like, okay, this is the actual situation, or this is how we're going to deal with it. And, it's interesting when you compare that way of management that rugby league has had compared to other ways where they've kind of have sat back and played it softly approach sort of thing.
Yeah, you could tell that the transparency was a big issue that rugby union was having an issue with prior to 1908.
Mm-hmm.
And it was a big thing that rugby league was going to make a core of what they did.
Yeah, definitely.
And that's
definitely.
seen by all of the conflict that they had with was just being played out in letters to the editor in newspapers.
Mm-hmm.
They just wanted to make sure that everything was known to everybody. But as we find in the start of the 1909 episode, which directly follows on from this one that we've already done, you'll see that the one thing that they weren't being completely transparent about, not dishonest, but just hadn't been public about, was the finances.
Mm-hmm.
And because that was the one thing they hadn't been, upfront and public about, I guess some people who felt, I don't know, some sort of opposition, I guess, especially to Gilton and Hoyle, they saw this as something to latch onto to try and justify their opposition to them.
Mm-hmm.
And as history tells us later on, they were actually barking up the wrong tree.
Yeah, and look, at the end of the day, the money side of things is what it's all about. So I can understand if there's any issue with that it's a pretty big issue. You know what I mean?
That's right. So we did skim over a lot of what happened with the Kangaroo Tour, and that is largely because we will do a much more thorough and in-depth Kangaroo Tour episode of the first pioneer tourists.
Mm-hmm.
That'll be the next big history episode that we'll be working on. So that's a big one to come. That's going to be pretty entertaining, I think.
Yeah, there are a lot of ups and downs in that one, and I'll be looking forward to doing that one too.
You will, and just like this one, you'll do the majority of the research.
Yeah, I'll let you do the narration.
Thanks, mate.
Yeah. No, look, thank you, Andrew, for all the work you've done. It's been fantastic, and like whenever we do these episodes, there's things that I learn about that I didn't have any idea that had happened in the game's history too. So, you've done a lot of work on these episodes, and it's great. It's fantastic, and that's why people really enjoy them so much.
These ones, like the one we did that leads into this 1908 episode, the 1909 one less so, but the 1900, we'll call it the 1907 episode and the 1908 ones. There's a very intentional mix between how the game was being reported on at the time in the media and actual fact. But I wanted to try and keep it as, at that time, factual as possible. And if there was anything that was that wasn't actually correct, but it was a rumor, I'd put that in there too, because a lot of the times it got disproven within that season anyway. So it's kind of more of a, what do they call those? Like vocal history or something like that.
Yep.
So yeah, I kind of wanted to do it that way because for me, I find that the history of the game, especially around this period, has been written about, and it's mostly all agreed upon. But what wasn't really known was how it was being reported on at the time and how it was seen at the time. And as we found in the episode that leads into this one, that's like a massive part of it all, because you start to see the way rugby union reacted to the media and how it reacted to the rumours. That was a huge part as to why it behaved the way it did. And that was a huge part in rugby league getting off the ground and starting in the first place, was, rugby union constantly chasing itself and ruining itself at the same time.
Yeah.
And we see a bit of it here with league. It's sort of, instead of reacting to rumours, it plays everything out in the media. And so it still goes through newspapers. So it still needs to be done that way. And that's pretty fascinating. The excuse me, the Kangaroo Tour one will be a bit more interesting because it's going to follow how the Australian media reports on it, as well as how the English media reports on it.
Yeah, it'll be fantastic to do that one. Well, I guess this ends this episode. Thanks to everyone for listening. You can check us out on all of the social media outlets. You can find us, and make sure you subscribe to our podcast because we will be doing more of these history episodes coming up. So thank you for all your work, Andrew.
You're welcome.
And thank you to all our listeners. We'll see you soon.